In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free. When the genocidal army came to lay the people low, to spirit them away from lands their fate had always known, the leaders of the free world turned away their greedy eyes to protect the settler colony and spread outrageous lies. Oh, raise your voice for humanity, raise your voice to the indignity, raise your voice for the thousands who've been slain. We sing the names for freedom yet to still be attained. When the young folk made a stand to fight for all the human race, our leaders called them evil as they blinded them with mace. Yet stronger still they cried out loud for freedom to ring true. Oh, an end to the apartheid is so long overdue. Oh, raise your voice for humanity, raise your voice to the indignity, raise your voice for the thousands who've been slain. We sing the names for freedom yet to still be attained. Now we see the rich folks smiling at the galas and soirees as the children of Gaza, their mangled bodies laid, their hungry eyes and blood-soaked hair still left out in the shade of the dimly shining eagle-lining pompous parade. Oh, raise your voice for humanity, raise your voice to the indignity, raise your voice for the thousands who've been slain. We sing the names for freedom yet to still be attained. To all the gallant heroes who boycott and divest, who stand against an occupying army's evil zest, I say to you, dear comrades, stay strong until the end. Free Palestine forever is the message we will send. Oh, raise your voice for humanity, raise your voice to the indignity, raise your voice for the thousands who've been slain. We sing the names for freedom yet to still be attained. Raise your voice for humanity, raise your voice to the indignity, raise your voice for the thousands who've been slain. We sing the names for freedom yet to still be attained. The pictures tell the
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat
Hello, 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 everybody. Hello, your first time viewing live. Welcome. Now, folks, I have a little bit of a curveball of a stream plan for you today because I did tell all of you that I would make today a Dugadoo stream, okay? But I'm not going to do that. Okay, as much as I have had that song firmly stuck in my head for the past 72 goddamn hours. However, I did want to do something fun, right? Like I wanted to do something fun. So I mean, look, I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying that's not the only thing tonight could be, because you see, folks, what I have prepared for you today is a choose your own adventure stream. Okay? You can at least show the meme edit I made of the Dugadoo song. Okay, I can do that. You sent it to me. Let's take a look here. This would be the boss fight in Undertale if Dugadoo was a creature. Jazz Dog, never change. Thank you so goddamn much. How do I choose my own adventure? Excellent question. Well, the way I have decided we should do this, okay, is that every hour we hold a vote, okay, hold a bit of a vote, right? And democracy will win out, decide the direction of our stream. That being said, every 25 subs, you guys will unlock more options. So, if you would like to see more options, drop some subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And I need to go take some chicken out of the oven. I'm making some chipotle marinated chicken. First past the post or ranked choice? Ranked choice, I would by a country mile. I like. Hell yeah. So I'm going to go take my chicken, well, read the temperature of the chicken, and then maybe take it out, maybe not. And then I'm going to come back here and we're going to sort all this out. But in the meantime, I will BRB. You guys know what to do, don't you? Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Ugh. You have a hot mic? Thank you. Hello! Wait, you guys are mutinying in YouTube chat? Ugh. Ugh, I leave for a couple minutes to cut up some chicken. Hello, everyone. Okay. What are Jack fans called? The Jackers? The shimps, the riverboaters, you know? Hot mic, no gamer moments, please. Indeed. Were you all doing okay without me? Chicken as cooked as Trump's brain cells. Yeah, just, hey, it's not like a segment or anything, but like, can we just like take a look at this for like half a minute?
When could the administration resume the interviews for foreign students visa? When do you think your administration could resume these interviews?
On what?
For the foreign student visa. Yesterday there was...
For the French visa?
For the French too, but all the foreign students.
Oh, for the foreign visas? What are you referring? Foreign visas for what? Are you talking about for colleges?
College
Okay, so you're off of Israel. Now you're talking about colleges, right?
Yes, now.
Okay. Well, we're going to see. Look, Harvard has been a disaster.
Like, I'm sorry. She had to ask him 3 times about foreign student visas. Like, he didn't understand what she was saying for a full 30 seconds. It's like one of the main things his administration has been doing, you know? I prefer to be known as a hardcore jacker. Okay, so let's pull up the first vote of the night / what content. I'm sorry, I should also put up subs on screen. I'm just so unprepared today. I'm sorry. All right. Boop. And while I was gone, I believe someone in YouTube chat donated. Ah, Maxwell! Thank you for the $5 super chat. Good music opening and bedtime company, Riverboat J. Glad to be here at bedtime. You have a hot mic. Your headset is kind of cute too. Thank you, Otacon. Thank you for the $5 dono. And that gets us to 2 on our way to unlock more options for the democratic process to work upon, you know? Hello, Kraken Pill 2. Also, I didn't say hello to you guys. I'm so backwards today. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Bokle. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Honey Lemon Slices. Hello, that one American. Hello, Kaname the Alpha. Hello, what? Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, C321 D9Q. Hello, Zalrex. Hello, CR. Hello, Josh. Hello, Micah. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Tyrion the Himalayan Salt Dragon. Hello, Amador. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, DB Wolf. Hello, one and all, how we all doing today? Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Alan Aris Dresner. Hello, Lexi Darling. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, the Rocky Rockington. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Anna Dexis. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Pirate Amir 44. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Vegan. I don't feel enough authority to say your full username, so I won't. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Kayla. Hello, Jesse T. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Distron. Hello, everyone. I'm probably missing a bunch of you. Hello. Hello, Will Kale. Your jaunty, lovely voice is making my aim better. How do you do this? You know, some people are born bards. A million thumbs up from here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hello, Tea Leaf. Howdy, 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 folks. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Paladin lost with the 15 tier 1 subs. My god.
I'm excited to finally buy some votes. What's that you say? I'm not buying votes, but rather vote options. Why the feck would I want those?
Oh.
BWA, I guess.
Thank you very much for the 15 tier 1 subs. Appreciated. All right. Now, folks, we are almost to our first unlock. But it is, unfortunately, before we get there, we have to decide the content for the next hour or so. Okay? Why should I subsidize the vote options of the working class? Indeed. All right. Oh, what content / vote? What content would you like? Shall we go over? Will it be your preliminary options, chat? Okay. Gaming or Anna Kasparian or Steven Crowder or Dave Rubin? I've got some golden segments on these folks. I better get a tax write-off for this. You know, it's tips. What did Crowder do? We'll find out. Here you guys go. 1, 2, 3, or 4. And I'm gonna start the poll also over on YouTube. What content do. Ooh. Anna Kasparian with 52% of the votes.
I know you bottoms are going to immediately gravitate towards the pin, and that's Anna. Reject that urge. Stop that.
I mean, Paladin, your diagnosis is absolutely correct. And Dave Rubin starting the poll over on YouTube. First to 50. Let's go. After the first 50 votes get in, we cut off the poll. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
As soon as it hits 50 votes, we end the poll. Come on, YouTube. There we go. Steven Crowder, buy a hair. Which means, that's right, Twitch chat. You guys are going to be the tiebreakers. All right? Oh boy, new poll. What shall we go over? Will it be Anna Kasparian? Or will it be Steven Crowder? You guys have 2 minutes to deliberate. For hilarity's sake, should I allow additional votes to be counted with channel points on Twitch? I don't know. I don't know where we stand on this. No? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? No? All right. We'll just let raw democracy decide. Raw dog democracy.
I hereby cast a spell of war between
You made a poll already? Hell yeah.
and a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Okay, chat. Can we make the vote more proportional? No, this is our most sophisticated voting technology. Three, 4, 5. There's literally one difference. Chat, only 27 people have voted over on Twitch. 1 vote difference. Two votes difference. You have like 1 minute left. Oh, Anna Kasparian's running away with it. Well, Nine-Tailed Witch, we didn't allow channel points. How come Twitch gets to break the tie? You know, sometimes things in life just aren't fair. Anna Kasparian it is by 4 points. Yeah, Twitch is our I don't know, our electoral college. The entire system's fucked. Okay, folks. Also, if you guys do manage to unlock some of the options, I will have an outfit change somewhere in here. Now, let me take a look here real quick. I need to set my timer so I don't burn my chicken. There we go. Okay. Folks, you ready? You ready to dive into this horror show?
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
What type of chicken you making? I'm making like a marinated chipotle, like spicy chicken. It's real nice. So, chat, here we go. So, folks, there is this content creator online named Anna Kasparian. Now, we've talked about her quite a bit in the past, and she's been a guest on the show before. And I just wanted to kind of check in. She recently launched a show called Her Take with a bunch of conservative influencers. And, well, I wanted to check in on how that was going. And, you know, I don't think we need to watch the entire thing, of course. I think we can just watch, you know, maybe like 10 minutes of it, say, and see whether things have improved. You know, maybe, you know, we watched one of the early episodes or part of it, and we, you know, it had some kinks to work out. Maybe by now it's a well-oiled machine of some kind, you know, some kind of, I don't know, interesting conversation over there.
I will call that MFR out.
Girl, why were you raising money for Biden then?
Because I need to understand. I just told you.
No. I know you get real angry
it.
when people ask you that question,
Anna.
but you need to answer it. Don't yell at me.
No. Do you understand English? I just said I didn't.
do. You're lying, though.
Do you really think that we can trust Iran?
Yes.
We allow them to Anna.
Yeah, we had an
Anna, I don't trust Iran.
I know, but
a government.
Who cares? We deal with Saudi
Guys,
Arabia and their
exactly.
monsters. After 9/11, I wanted to bomb the crap out of Iraq.
When is American policy no longer made in America? Why are we doing this?
Because it has no effect on any American's life. Who cares who
Because
the leader of
women are
Syria
legal
is?
march
Who's
through the
street
leader?
naked and shot
Okay,
in the
Julianne,
head.
why is
the leader
the leader? It doesn't affect any American's
Actually,
life.
I agree
and we
with
don't
Ann. I agree
care.
with Ann.
Now, if any of you are wondering, who is this lady? Well, you know, I know that a lot of people might not know this, but there was a time this lady was like at the forefront of conservatism. Her name is Ann Coulter, and her number one thing was, you know, being very in favor of the war on terror and invading Afghanistan and Iraq and basically, you know, any kind of country full of Middle Eastern people. She was very, very on board with that, you know, to get some revenge for 9/11. And her main contribution to like the political discourse was essentially coining the term the Browning of America, which is kind of the proto version of great replacement theory, at least as far as it goes in like mainstream media circles, right? Like she talked about how, you know, immigrants are coming into America and browning the country, you know, because she is a virulent racist. Like this, like she is, she like, I can't really, like, she was basically just half a shade away from being like an out and out neo-Nazi white supremacist.
Look,
know?
everybody, it's Ann Coulter. Everybody's favorite rubber glove stretched over a Nazi skeleton. BWA and all that jazz.
No, but for real, like, she's genuinely terrible. Like, can I find a good example here other than what I've already said? Ann Coulter. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, she spent like a lot of the early aughts talking about how liberals are trying to destroy America. Yeah, here we go. 2015 was one of her last books, and it was titled Adios America, The Left's Plan to Turn Our Country into a Third World Hellhole. She decided to name her book that. You know, like, she's really, really bad. Basically a demon in a human costume.
Human here, guys.
Wait, but why is that our responsibility? Why do we need to be the sheriff of the entire world?
We're so overrun here in America due to the illegal immigration.
All right.
How are we meant to go?
Good. They got a bunch of ladies to get together and agree on the browning of America, I guess.
There's something else.
Welcome to her.
I hope there was a time in Anna Kasparian's life where she would have thrown hands with Ann Coulter. I just wow. I keep thinking like this is the bottom, we're at rock bottom here, and like yet the bottom continues to get lower somehow.
Guys, if you're liking the show, could you do us a big favor? Like, comment, share, subscribe. It goes a long way for us with the algorithm. And I'm really excited to say that our guest today is the one.
I hate how much I hate how much I like Jillian Michaels' haircut.
And only Ann Coulter. Ann, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Thank you for being here. All right, we're going to jump right in. We're going to begin with a bombshell in the news. Former President Joe Biden has just been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, this drops just a few weeks after the Robert Hur audio, where Biden struggled to recall basic facts about his son's death, his time as the vice president. And while the diagnosis is undeniably sad, it's raising questions about when did they really know? Is there a cover-up here? If so, why? And honestly, who in the heck has been running the country for the last 4 years? Lindy, I know you're super passionate and raring to go, so take it away here, kid.
Thank you. And my first gut instinct was that this is his attempt at a sympathy play, but this is going 180 degrees of what he intended it to be. The timing could not have been more interesting and more architected
gals,
from my point
and NB pals. I present to you the 5 worst Bumble matches in history.
Oh, dear.
of view. I think he had known for years that he has been suffering from something. And honestly, this is just yet another cover-up. It's the latest cover-up in the Biden regime. They covered up his cognitive decline. They covered up his health issues.
I don't understand why people are perpetuating this conversation. Like, it's been like 2 weeks of this, and I'm just sick of it. Like, talk about the actual issues. Talk about like the actual like Death Star of legislation currently being aimed at the American public. Jesus Christ.
They covered up everything. Everything. The Democratic Party has a tremendous truth problem right now with the American people, and because of their years of lying, they now
this is current pastry death. This is from like earlier this week.
Have forfeited any trust of American.
No, this is affiliated with Patrick Bet David, the Valuetainment brand.
People had in them.
Could I say something?
Go for it.
I think we could surely speculate about whether or not they knew about his health condition, whether or not he had cancer prior to him running for a second term. What I think we absolutely could not speculate about is what his wife knew. And so for me, whether the Democrats did something nefarious.
Okay, genuinely, I don't give a shit about any of this.
This door for you, and now you care how he feels?
David Axelrod was one of the few people who said that Biden needed to step aside. I like Meghan McCain, but I have to...
Okay, this lady is... oh, fuck, what's her name? This lady was a big fundraiser for Biden, and then has since, like, completely flipped and gone full MAGA. She basically just seems like she's trying to do like a lady version of Alex Jones. I don't know. She's just kind of making sounds, Lindy Lee, yeah.
Vociferously disagree with what she's been saying for the 24 hours, which is essentially give Biden and the regime a break.
Can I change my vote?
We're not giving them a break
No.
anymore. They lied to the American people. They got us in this leftist woke mess. They need accountability.
If that's the thing that gets us to make past presidents be held to account, I guess I'm okay with it. But I just know that this is a meaningless conversation. Like, we're not going to prosecute people who covered up Biden's mental decline. We're also not going to prosecute the people who covered up the war in Iraq. We're not going to like prosecute. There are so many people worth prosecuting in the American government, but like ultimately it's not going to happen. So it's just kind of like talk about things we can actually change and do something about right now, you know? It is jingling keys.
So also the media figures don't have prostate cancer. Okay, be nice to Biden, but you still got to hold Jake Tapper responsible.
Exactly. 100%. Let me ask you, ladies, what do you think about having some types of mandates?
This lady is one of Valuetainment's like employees, producer turned sometimes host.
Place to check out not only mental capacity but also physical capacity, because interestingly enough, Nancy Pelosi and I believe it was Jamie Raskin tried to introduce something in 2020 when they were actually concerned about
Mr.
Donald
Anderson.
Trump. That then would have passed on to other administrations too. Anna, you look like you have some thoughts on that.
I mean, it's just interesting because the calls for a mental test for the president were loud from the Democrats.
I don't care about this.
2023, the retreat that we did in Chicago with Kamala Harris is September 13th. And I said to Ken Martin, are you not concerned about Biden's decline? He's like, oh, no, don't be ridiculous. He made me feel like I was crazy.
I made everyone feel like they were crazy, honey. It's not
Okay,
just,
you were right,
know.
Lindy.
Let's take a look.
Iran is very lucky to have the emir because he's actually fighting for them. He doesn't want us to do a vicious.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, Lindy Lee to me seems like she is trying to climb some kind of political media ladder, and like that's really all she cares about, and is just going wherever she's found useful, and can make a paycheck. Like I just think that she just says shit. I don't think she actually believes any of it.
Blow to Iran. He says, you can make a deal, you can make a deal. He's really fighting, and I really mean this. I think that Iran should say a big thank you to the emir, because the emir is fighting very much that we don't. And there are many people that want me to go the other route. They say, just knock it out, because nobody can beat us. We have the strongest military in the world by far. Not China, not Russia, not anybody.
Now, the United States didn't do so great in Iraq and Afghanistan. Iran's military is definitely more robust than Iraq's was, for instance. So
I just don't think anyone on this panel knows that much about this. Maybe Anna does, but like that's the old I don't trust like any of the other members to have any knowledge on this subject, you know?
going to war with Iran would not be a simple task, and it could potentially be disastrous for the American people. If it turns into a full-blown war, American soldiers could die. We should avoid war. So I love the fact that he's pursuing diplomatic means to get a new nuclear deal that'll prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. They just had their fourth round of talks. They did not reach a conclusion,
is that her
but
take?
Trump said...
I'm getting MAGA view vibes from the complete lack of far camera views of the full panel at a single desk.
No, exactly. This is they have made a colossal innovation in the realm of daytime talk shows, in that they have bottled the essence of the structure of The View and injected it with a whole lot of shit. You know, in the process, creating the shittiest version of The View. It's honestly like quite innovative, just maybe not in a way that helps anybody, you know? Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And I might have was there another one that I missed? Did I forget the update? Did you add my 5? I thought I did, but you know what? I'll add it anyway. Here we go. Nailed it.
Says that they're getting closer. Whether you believe him or not, that's a different story. But I commend him for wanting to pursue this diplomatically.
Can
I'm wondering
I ask
what
you
you
guys a
think.
bunch of questions and then let okay, because my first thing is, why did you brag then for the past 8 years about how your strangulation tactics have worked? That you bankrupted them, you took out Soleimani, brag, and then complete, hard 180. In addition, which we're going to get to in a minute, we know that Qatar has invested more in America than any other country, arguably, and we'll litigate that in just a moment. But I question those motives for nefarious reasons, not just diplomacy. My next question is it ideal to sideline Israel? So think about all this and then get back to me, because they weren't a part of these negotiations, and they're our top ally in the region. And then the third part is, do you really think that we can trust Iran? So we allow them to
we had something called the JPCOA. Okay, that was the
You can't trust them. They're clearly an untrustworthy demographic. Read the room. We have Ann Coulter here. Read the room.
Iran nuclear deal that Obama and other countries, by the way, 4 other countries had negotiated with Iran. There were checks to ensure that Iran was not enriching uranium.
But he's going to
They
allow
would go
them to
into the
enrich
country.
uranium, though.
Huh?
He's going to allow
right now
them to do it.
I mean,
and then they're allowed to get to like 90%.
But there are inspectors, and
Yeah,
I'm glad
exactly.
you just played that what Trump said over there. This is one of the most important things of his presidency. It's
Agreed.
a huge change. The Trump doctrine. This is what the American people voted for. I have a chapter on him taking this position in Trump We Trust. It was one of the reasons I supported him in 2016. But then, first term.
You know, like, all of these people who are crawling back, attempting to get some kind of political relevance going, like, it really is disgusting. She's like, yeah, I wrote this book in Trump We Trust. Just like, you replaced God with Trump. Don't you think that's a little bit on the nose? Like, don't you think that maybe that's a little bit on the nose? Like, you're literally doing the thing? God.
He appointed Jared Kushner president, and turns out we had to keep going around bombing everyone, like you mentioned Soleimani, which was a terrible, horrible idea. Let's just put that behind us. This is the new Trump, and this is the uniparty against the American people. We have zero interest in going to war with Iraq. A lot of Americans will die.
Yes.
A lot. We should not have military bases around the world.
Did she say with Iraq?
Against the American people. We have zero interest in going to war with Iraq. A lot of Americans
She did say Iraq.
will die.
Yes.
A lot. We should not have military bases around the world. We have enough trouble in our country. The anti-war left and the MAGA right should come together, because this is and he said it in that speech. A lot of people want to go to war. Oh my gosh, and that's probably why he keeps saying these stupid things about, I'm going to stand up to Iraq. Or Iran, because there is going to be enormous pressure on him to go to war. We have no interest in going to war.
That's my question is, the leverage of getting Iran to comply is, if you don't comply, then I'll bomb you out.
You know what's happened? If I could respond to that in particular. I used to wonder, why does Iran need nuclear power? Aren't they sitting on something else they can use for fuel? Well, yes, they can, but they export fuel. It's how they make money. So if they can get some of their energy from nuclear, there actually is a reason for them to have nuclear energy. Point one. Point two, every time.
Yes, that's why they want it. Clearly, they wouldn't want it badly if they didn't have a reason.
Bush would walk away and say, no, not until you have completely dropped all of your enrichment. They would just keep enriching, and now they're on the verge
Do not
of
read
getting...
the room. It's tearing me apart, Lisa.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa! That's my best attempt. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki, getting us closer to our initial goal. Let's go, folks!
A nuclear bomb if you had just negotiated with them and said, okay, you may enrich for nuclear power, but we're sending in inspectors. Obama wouldn't do it. Obama did do it. Bush wouldn't do it. Obama did it. My party went nuts. It's a better idea. Look, Pakistan has a nuclear bomb. We can't trust them. North Korea has a nuclear bomb. We can't trust them. It may be that at some point Iran gets a nuclear bomb. They're closer to it because we didn't send in inspectors. Yeah. This is huge what Trump is doing.
The analysis here is baffling. It's just like, my party threw a fit on it, and okay, so I don't know. Why are you here again? Like, are you have you come around on that issue? Are you now saying let's just give them the nukes? Like, come on, man. Just say Obama did something right. Just say it. They can't do it. I gotta go take some chicken out of the oven. I'll be right back, chat. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. So you guys aren't going to believe this, but I did actually turn on music for you, but the music was muted in the YouTube player. So I really apologize for that. I'm very, very sorry. But I'm back now. And I really appreciate all y'all just being patient, bearing with me. Had to cut up some chicken. Got an exciting phone call. Guys. We got the Imogene Olivia shipment, the first shipment of product in. We are ready to launch. Fake? What kind of chimkin? Marinated chipotle chicken. Why are you guys saying that I'm fake? I'm an alien mimic. Look, guys, just because I don't put on makeup one time, that doesn't make me an alien. The transphobia in chat. Only 3.4 million in tariffs. Fun fact, today a federal court ruled that Donald Trump has exceeded his mandate when it comes to tariffs, and that all of them are struck down. Like, I haven't read up or had the time to read up on this. This happened just like maybe like an hour ago. So I don't know what that means, but I can tell you guys that is cool. That's probably a good thing. Are you an average Minnesotan and can't handle spicy food, or are you more evolved? I'm more evolved. I'm built different. I used to go to Indian restaurants and just ask for, like, you know, their off-menu spiciest dish. And then I realized, like, you know, I want it to be edible, so I still go for like a very high spice. Either like the spiciest or like the next rung down. Just because, like, I feel like it tastes better at that level of spice. If you go too spicy, it's just kind of like, I don't know, an exercise. Your monster was $5 at Circle K? Damn. I like sweet spice sauces. You know, sweet spice I is hit or miss with me, you know? If it's good, it's really fucking good. But if it's bad, it really sticks around. Paladin!
Let's go next tier. BWA.
Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, getting us up to that next level. If my streaming software will allow me to edit. Bing, bing, bing. It's the numerical sound effect. Now, folks, you have now unlocked the additional options of Asmongold, Tim Pool, and Shadiversity. Just an additional 3 options for all of you on the next round of voting.
We always go for the BWA, but never the ha or the ha.
Wow, such great prizes, aren't they? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I guarantee you, though, you guys are going to enjoy the segments. Is Shadiversity doing AI? Kind of. You'll see if you vote for it. Screams in pain, you guys, when did you become like this? When did you turn your backs on the delicacies of insanity? Come now. All right. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I find Shad worthy rot. Me too. Now, folks, let's finish perusing her take. Damn, Soccer Tanuki, thank you for the 5
Why do
subs.
we get the rat alarm clock guy and it's not Linguini from Ratatouille?
Is Linguini from Ratatouille just the good version of Asmongold? Is that how that works? All right. Let's dive back into her take for a hot minute. We're almost done. Don't you all worry. I'm not gonna subject you to that much more Ann Coulter. The fact that they do an hour and a half long show is insane to me. Like, how on earth can you stand being around Ann Coulter for that long?
I agree. Is absolutely huge.
Totally
and
agree.
It's interesting how it didn't get that much press. It should have been a 2-inch headline at the top of the New York Times.
I agree with you that it's the most important story in the news today.
Okay.
I think that Donald Trump has really changed the Republican Party. I mean, I remember the Bush years. The Republican Party was the pro-war party. And to be sure, those types of figures still do exist within.
I'm sorry, you imagine that this president is less pro-war? Are we really buying the Kool-Aid that much? Dude expanded the drone war. Like, what are you talking? He's assassinated other leaders of other countries. What are you doing? I'm just baffled.
In the Republican Party. But to answer your question about Netanyahu and him being alienated from these negotiations, let me make clear.
I know you don't like him.
No, I despise him.
I
but
get that you
putting that
despise
aside,
him, but
I can put my bias aside
Okay.
and just give you the facts, right?
Okay.
Netanyahu is the one who convinced Donald Trump in his first term to basically get rid of the Iran nuclear deal because Netanyahu doesn't want a
Oh, it is that, my rear end. She did an hour and a half long episode with Ann Coulter.
deal. He wants the United States to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel, just as we did with Iraq.
Yeah, he's continued to threaten Greenland and Canada. Like, he's trying to like fuck over Ukraine. Like, it's really bad. He's directly throwing the US military behind an effort to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Like, it's like, I'm sorry, say, oh, he's the least warlike president, as like he aids and abets the genocide is insane to me.
Back in 2003. In the lead up to the
war with
hold
Iran
on.
the first time.
In the lead up to the war with Iraq, you had the Israeli intelligence organization coming out and saying, oh, not only do they have weapons of mass destruction, Iraq is also developing bioweapons, and oh, it's so dangerous. So they had been pushing the United States to go to war with Iraq. We did go to war with Iraq. It was a complete and utter disaster. And if you go back and you read all the details about everything that happened before that preemptive invasion, okay, you'll see very similar trends. You'll see parallels. We should not go to war with Iran. We should approach this diplomatically. I don't want soldiers to go to Iran. I don't want people to die. I want a deal, and I want us to use our resources on the American people.
I agree with
again, and I'm gonna put this out there. Even if we didn't go to war with Iran, this administration has no desire to use its resources to benefit the American people outside of a certain 0.1% of them, the wealthiest people in the country.
I'm simply saying we didn't go to war with Iran the first time. And it was like, I bankrupted them. They were nowhere. Like, why not continued strangulation and sanctions? I don't trust Iran. I mean, the Sharia law, like, you're dealing with a government.
Who cares? We deal with Saudi Arabia and their monsters, and just, I think I should probably defend the war in Iraq since I was a huge supporter. So I just.
Why are they laughing? Ann Coulter is not making a joke. She means that. That's just her stance. Anna, why are you laughing?
Quickly want to say after 9/11, I wanted to bomb the crap out of Iraq and Afghanistan. I still would. but I didn't want to stay 20 years.
I still would want to bomb them. It's 24 years later. We had no reason to do that. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Ha ha ha.
I can understand.
Nobody said we're going to stay 20 years.
But Iraq had nothing to do.
Yeah, we shouldn't have stayed 20 years. We should have just killed all of them. Like, if my memory serves me here, Ann Coulter was one of those people who was like so far like beyond the pale that she was talking about like wanting to glass the entire Middle East. You know, like that's kind of been her position the entire time. Like,
I was going to say
9/11. I can understand.
The idea was, and
I can understand. Can you? Really? Jesus.
And some of it worked, some of it didn't, was that we wanted an Arab Israel. A lot of these, we don't need to relitigate it, but most of the Middle East.
Yeah, we wanted a colony. We wanted to colonize Iraq. Yes, that is what that was.
Or have sane people with a crazy leader or crazy people with a sane leader. What Iraq was actually pretty sane people. We have a lot of Iraqis who have immigrated to America. They're not like, Afghans.
See what I mean when I said like she's like a next tier racist? You know, she's gone like beyond just like, oh, she hates, black and brown people in general. She's like developed like internalized tier lists of different ethnic groups that she considers, good or bad amongst the groups that she is racist towards. She's so brazen. I mean, she's basically a lady version of Richard Spencer. So like, it's not that surprising, right?
But if you got rid of their leader and, they did wave their...
She's like, if she was born a couple decades earlier, she would have been defending, taking measurements of skull shapes.
Purple fingers. I do think Iraq is better. Was it worth the price we paid? I don't know. Maybe not. I wanted to smash someplace in the Middle East. Absolutely, Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's the explanation of someone who's a very deep commitment to foreign policy concerns of the United States. Just, I don't know. I just wanted to bomb some shit. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be anywhere near power. You shouldn't be getting a platform. Like, if that's the way you deal with foreign policy, like a child throwing a temper tantrum, that's not really a point in your favor as someone who can parse this info.
Never going to nation build there. Just bomb the crap out of them and pull out.
And the Taliban was supported by the United States government. I mean, we were funding them. We were giving them weapons to prevent communism from developing, right? A communist takeover from developing in Afghanistan. That came back to bite us in the ass. And
Trump was so right saying their nation building has created disaster.
Exactly.
It has never gone the way it was supposed to.
Well, I'm particularly skeptical about the Qatar piece. And then, of course, you've got the plane, which you guys wanted to talk about. So next up, let's take a look here at...
The lack of energy is honestly wild. Like, there's just like this feeling of dead air that constantly permeates this entire show, and it's very bizarre.
The plane situation...
Told that you wanted to address the gift that Qatar is giving to the U.S. government, to the Defense Department of this jet.
I see that this story is making a big story in the news. Look, we've been always there for the U.S. We've been a reliable ally for the U.S. and it's something between the Ministry of Defense in Qatar and the Department of Defense, and it's in the...
I gotta say, this is funny as fuck. This is objectively one of the funniest things that has ever happened in American history, right? Like, objectively, right? Like, you've got a monarchy gifting a $400 million plane to, Donald Trump. And the way they're trying to get around the laws against doing that are just to say, oh, we're giving it to, the Department of Defense, and they're going to hold on to it and, get it ready for the president to fly in, a process that will take years, and then get it ready for not the president to fly in, a process that will take years. And then it's going to be gifted to his nonprofit org that he controls, to be, one of the nonprofit jets to presumably they've argued in court, put in their museum. And it's just like, it's so brazenly corrupt. It's so brazenly corrupt. And I like that they're just, Fox News is just bringing on like the Qataris, and they're just like, yeah, it's just a normal gift. It's just a normal gift. Dude, don't think anything of it. It's a military matter. It's, gift from us to you all, the American people. And it's just like, imagine if that's how gift giving worked. Like, imagine if that's how gift giving worked. You're like, okay, here's a Nintendo Switch 2. You can hold on to it for 2 years, and then it becomes, your friend's Nintendo Switch 2. You have to, in 2 years, you have to give your friend this Nintendo Switch. And by the way, in the meantime, you can't use it. You won't be able to play that Nintendo Switch 2, but you'll technically own it. And then you have to give it to your friend Timmy. It's not really a gift for you if it eventually goes to Timmy, right?
Discussion between them and under legal review. Unfortunately, I see that this story is taking a different direction and is being more politicized.
Also, the thing that makes it so funny to me is that these motherfuckers are so desperate to get rid of that plane. They've been like shopping it around the world. They've been like trying to be like, hey, you want to buy a plane? Because they don't want it because it's shitty. Like, and they know that, and it's also like $500 million. So they're just kind of like, oh, thank God that idiot took it, and at least we'll get some kind of payment back on our investment. It's just like several stupid things on top of each other. And you know what? I respect their hustle in that regard. Like you got a $500 million plane you need to unload. Who better than the United States president? It's too big for most airports. To be fair, these sorts of brabs are pretty common among the politics of the region. I know, and Trump is so fucking jealous. Trump is so jealous. Neat t-shirt. Thank you, chat. If we hit 75 subs, I'm going to change into a different outfit.
While it's a normal government-to-government deal.
All right. So basically he's saying there's no there. But I read a brilliant piece in the Free Press, Barry Weiss's Free Press. Okay.
Oh, you legally can't say that. You legally can't say you read a brilliant piece in Barry Weiss's publication. It's illegal to say that.
Right. So listen to this. They pull back the curtain on how far Qatar has gone to entrench itself into American life. So over the past 2 decades, Qatar has spent nearly $100 billion buying influence across our politics, universities, media, think tanks, and Fortune 500 boardrooms. And in 2017 alone, you'll get a kick out of this, they spent $225 million lobbying and on PR in the U.S. That's 3 times more than Israel and 2/3 more than China. So my question is, like, how deep is this flowing, and when is American policy no longer made in America?
So deep. And you know what?
Guys.
They are
Okay, I'm like very close to being done with this. Let's just skip ahead to a random part here.
Right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Something to say about that. And as someone of Chinese descent, I think it's significant. Ever since China entered the WTO in 2001, it's been taking advantage of us. It's been exploiting the system. The system has been fundamentally unfair. They've been stealing our tech, they've been stealing our proprietary information, and then building their economic engine.
And we've been exploiting their workers.
And Trump needed to do something. Someone needed to be brave enough, willing to bite the bullet and take on the panicins of, both the uniparty, the phrase that you just used.
I mean, objectively, he hasn't been willing to bite the bullet. Like that's just an objective fact.
And he's willing to do it. Let's give him 90 days to sort it out. I actually have faith that something will be done under his leadership, because the current status quo is fundamentally untenable. And God forbid.
No, it's not the cunty version of The View, because that would mean that it's cool. This is the opposite of that.
If we ever go to war with East Asia, we cannot be dependent on them for raw earth minerals, for instance. We just can't. We need to
under
be
the
more.
Trump doctrine.
These people are way too comfortable, like, talking about going to war with China as if, like, that's not going to happen. We have, like, a mutually assured destruction. Okay, like, it would be over. Everything would be over. Like, you're talking like, oh, life would just go on like normal. Like, no, absolutely not.
Will not be going to war with them.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
This is. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
I was just the other thing that I noticed that people were annoyed about this bill is that one of the mandates that Trump got in on, fixing the economy, catering to the average person, the American worker, no tax on tips, no tax on overtimes, no tax on Social Security. Those are only temporary as well. It's like all of the good things are only temporary, and then all of the cuts are meant to take effect like way later.
Yeah, it is it's kind of like that. It's kind of like they're trying to soften the blow before they destroy our entire rib cage.
I am Team Trump all the way. I don't know if Trump even fully knows what's inside of this bill.
Of course he doesn't. He's just an empty vessel for his billionaire donors.
Can he even count on all of the people around?
No, she's not putting it together. She's literally like the head of digital media for Valuetainment.
I want him to be completely transparent about why people would be objecting to this
Well,
in the first place. I can understand why people are not down for this thing. And I really hope that Republicans are able to come together. They're able to make some adjustments, because you can't just tell people that we are going to take away all of these taxes, all of these tax cuts later on, and then increase all of this spending, and then say it's not going to affect inflation and standard of living. Because
that's literally what they did not 4 years ago, 8 years ago. It's literally what they did 8 years ago with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. Like they did this already. They got away with it. All of you just forgot. What they're doing here is making all of that permanent and fucking us even more in the process.
Because it will. All of the benefits are backloaded.
Well, this harkens back to what Nancy Pelosi said. We have to pass the bill in order to find out what's in it, right?
Oh, God.
That sounds great and not dysfunctional at all.
Right. Right. Okay. Are we ready to move on from this one?
Yes.
I don't know. Are we? I don't care. It's so hard to just. This is truly conservative slop, and I'm really, really worried. Right. This episode has been doing better than their usual episodes so far. It so far has 151,000 views, and well, I'm real worried that this is going to stick around. I'm real worried that I'm going to have to continue, like, taking a look at what's happening on this show, because I really don't want to. I really would like to go back to not knowing that this show exists. I would like that a lot. Okay. This shit is boring. It is, but like it's also like really, really horrifying, It's well, I wish I just wish that we didn't have to know what was happening in these, Now, there was one other thing that I wanted to bring up related to this, and we can move on.
Hey, everyone.
Spoilers. Like, it's just like this degeneration of our media environment. You know, the people, it's all crashing. You know, it's burning. These people are just completely abandoning reason and selling out. I guess that's kind of the it's the season for sellouts, you know? Let's see. I believe yes. Okay. Let's just take a look.
So, Anna, we've talked before about men.
This is new. She went back on, Anna Kasparian went back on Megyn Kelly's show to talk about trans athletes. Oh boy.
And in women's sports, boys and girls sports, and there's another instance of it that caught our attention that I wanted to raise. Out in California, they're still doing this, notwithstanding the Trump executive order. He's fighting the Maine governor to try to make her stop it, both at the college, which has largely been taken care of, but not entirely, and also the high school, which has not been taken care of level at all. And in California, where Gavin Newsom wants us to believe he thinks this is very unfair, he's completely allowing it with no consequences. So they had a California girls track meet. It was, let's see.
This has been a huge story. Just to really preface this, if it's the same incident I'm thinking it's going to be, this has been a huge story in conservative spaces about this high school junior who competed in a track, like a girls' track meet for the long jump, and she did well, and like conservatives are losing their minds about it because she qualified to go to state. It's not even that she won state, it's that she qualified to go to state, right? And the president of the United States, and this made me doomer for a little bit the other day. The president of the United States started talking about a literal high school junior girl who wants to participate in sports. And like, that's deeply fucked up. Can you imagine how much it would have like wrecked your life to have the president of the United States, ostensibly the most powerful individual on the planet, publicly talking about how you specifically should be discriminated against? You know, it is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And Gavin Newsom is just also completely disgusting because in response to Donald Trump calling out this trans girl being allowed to participate, Gavin Newsom crumpled like a wet paper bag. And I just have to say, like, his entire tough guy shtick while cuddling up to Republicans gets it wears thinner and thinner by the day. It gets more and more disgusting, and it was already pretty disgusting, you know? And what's happening here is just like, this is what the middle of the road Democrats get us. This is what those establishment Dems get us. They get us a knife in the back, you know? Beware the white moderate and all that shit. Because like this, like this is obviously what Gavin Newsom was going to do. He can posture all he likes as a tough guy, but then when push comes to shove, he crumples in a day. Yeah, some Vichy Democrats. Okay? And it's very, very frustrating. But you know, let's see. Maybe Anna will surprise us here.
The finals, the southern section of California finals for track and field events on this past Saturday. And there was a girl named Reese Hogan who has been working her butt off for the past several years doing track since her freshman year. She's a junior now. We found a little background on her.
In her sophomore year, she started taking track more seriously. She recently got a private coach. She puts in a ton of hours with that trainer. She also does volleyball, both beach and club, and has to balance all of that while continually training for track. She trains every single day for track, and she was on her way toward winning this regional final.
Just want to throw out there, literally every kid that participates in track trains every day for track. If they're taking it seriously, everyone does that. They have after school training. That's what they're doing after school, literally every day. What?
So she landed her personal best in the triple jump, and a school record too, of 37 feet 2 inches at the Southern Section Finals. Personal best, school record. She did not, however, win first place in the triple jump because a male did. Someone who goes by the name of A.B. Hernandez, who's also a...
Imagine, like, I'm sorry. Do you know how absolutely riddled with disgust I am just hearing this woman, like, try and name and shame a high school girl? You know, like, I find that viscerally disgusting to me. And the fact that Anna Kasparian is here and, like, not just totally just allowing that without pushback. It's crazy.
Junior. And this boy won the event by over 4 feet.
Yeah, there's the misgendering, the dehumanization, which is pretty rich coming from a skeleton.
41 feet 4 inches, which is a mile in the triple jump. He crushed her. We happen to know that she and many of her other female athletes did not know the first year AB started competing that he was actually a biological boy because he didn't tell anybody. But then when they started watching him.
Yes, the duplicitous high schooler tricking them all.
Perform, it became very obvious he was far outmatching these girls. And nonetheless, they allowed this guy to go atop the winner's podium and stand in the first place slot. And everybody cheered for him like he was the legitimate winner. And
because she was.
When he stepped off of that top most elevated post, Reese Hogan, got up there and stood. I'm actually kind of emotional about it. She stood atop that podium so she could receive the applause for being the actual winner. I'm just so tired of this.
It's pretty disgusting to mythologize this. You know, I just it's so moving. It's why we're going to fearmonger about a high school girl. Ugh. They're gonna make this lady into like a conservative influencer too, you know? She immediately, by the way, got reached out to by Riley Gaines. So like I don't know, like there's an entire underground career path for people who lose at sports, I guess. You know, it's bizarre. Ugh.
I'm so tired of this. He also won the long jump title, which he also stole from another girl. What do you make of it?
I think there's a reason why 80% of Americans are not in favor of what you just described. 80% of Americans, according to polling, find it to be deeply unfair because biology does matter. I don't think that transgender people should be treated inhumanely, but I also don't think that we should create situations in which women are treated unfairly. And in this,
oh yeah, women are being treated unfairly. but it couldn't possibly be that the women being treated unfairly here are the trans women. The only women who can be treated unfairly, as we all know, are cis women. Like you know, like again, this is, to me, this is full mask off. Full mask off. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted that this person ever like looked me in looked at my content and like put on a pleasant face to me. It's disgusting. Why didn't you say that to me? Why didn't you bring this up? We could have had a decent discussion about how you actually feel about trans people. This is gross. Honestly, it's beyond gross, and it rises to me to the level of cowardice. It's either cowardice to affect these ideas now, despite that if you don't actually hold them, and it's cowardice to have sat across from me and not expressed these views.
This case, it's just unfair. It's that simple. And by the way, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, says that it's unfair. And I don't think it makes him look better to, on one hand, say it's unfair, and then on the other hand, to just allow it to keep happening in the state of California. But
I'm sorry, but like, to try and determine fairness here relies on getting so much more medical information than is at all permissible or good to like look at. Like, I don't need to know when like a trans high schooler started HRT. Like, part of the reason, by the way, that like they're a bit loosier and goosier about these regulations in high school is because it's for a very simple fact, right? Generally, trans kids are getting on, puberty blockers. And even if they aren't getting on the puberty blockers and are instead going straight to HRT, they've been in puberty for less time. There's less work for the hormones to do. Like, there's a difference when you're going on HRT and you're 16 versus going on HRT when you're 25. Like, there's a lot of differences there. But like, even in the case of grown adults, what we know is between 1 to 2 years on HRT, you reach a level of parity. And I think if we're looking at high schoolers in particular, like that time is greatly reduced. So that's the bare facts. Okay, I've gone over so many studies on it. That's just the facts. There's a reason why these international orgs generally allow trans women to compete. And it's because there is not a significant advantage, if any advantage at all, right? So it's just kind of, I don't know. I shouldn't be quite as disappointed as I am, and yet
he wants to have his cake and eat it too. And I don't think it's going to work out that way, because simply calling it unfair is enough to get the activists riled up and angry with you. And you've done nothing to protect the fairness of women's sports in the state of California. So basically he's...
Oh, okay. So I would love to have a conversation about the fairness in women's sports around this issue. I would love that, because that gets thrown out as if it's a fact that like, oh, well, if a trans girl is in a sport, that makes it fundamentally unfair. And I would love to have a discussion around that idea, because in a setting like this, you're not going to get any pushback around that whatsoever. That's just going to be an assumed fact, despite the very reality that it is not reflecting.
He's made everyone angry. No one's happy. And the unfairness continues.
Yep. Here he is, just as a reminder, on his own podcast, telling Charlie Kirk how unfair he thinks this would be.
Would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. It is an issue.
Yeah, we don't need to watch this because it already made me mad once. It doesn't need to do it again.
He's done nothing. And Charlie raised this athlete. And let me just give you one other thing. There's another athlete named Katie McGinnis. She's a track and athlete senior in this same region. And last Saturday, Katie's long jump leap of 18 feet, 0.95 inches was, she had jumped further than any girl across all 4 divisions that she was competing against.
18 feet?
Yeah,
That's crazy. Wow.
18 feet and 9.5 inches. It was, I think, it was her goal. She accomplished her goal of being a champion, but she was not recognized as such because there was one person who did better. And that was the boy claiming to be a girl, A.B. Hernandez, who not only took the triple jump medal.
Just the nodding along. Fuck this turfy bitch.
From Reese Hogan, but the long jump medal from Katie McGinnis, who also has been training for years for this. The long jump is her best event. She has the longest long jump in California amongst all high school girls. She trains every day, 6 days a week, year round. She's been training for 4 years. She's broken school records up and down the board in track. And no girl in all of California can jump farther than Katie. Only this boy, A.B. Hernandez, can do it and did do it. And these Californians still cheered, and Gavin Newsom did nothing, Anna.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin Newsom is a slimy snake of a politician, and I don't really know what he believes. All I know...
I wonder if Anna believes, like, trans women have a right to use bathrooms at all. Like, should we just be banned from all bathrooms? Like, should trans women be required to shit on the street? Like, what? Not like genuinely, where do we need a trans-only bathroom? Trans-only water fountains? Like, what? I don't know. What level of segregation do we need? You know, like, at what point is my existence as a trans woman in the world an infringement on other women? Is it when I'm visible?
Hold on a moment. Does this stupid **** expect us to believe that the young lady who won the long jump event never trained and just relied on trans superpower to take the medal?
Yep. Basically, in the minds of every single one of these right-wing fucks, they think of us as, like, essentially super soldiers, like kind of Terminators that have infiltrated women's sports to do... I don't know what. Also, again, there's no significant advantage whatsoever for trans women competing in sports.
Is the person he fights for the hardest is himself. And so he'll say anything to anyone if he thinks it's going to help him politically. And in the meantime, people in his state continue to suffer. I want to just,
yeah, all of the high school, like, girl athletes, they're all suffering right now because they're being subjected to the harsh oppression of competing against other types of girls. This is literally the argument, by the way, that people made against desegregating sports. You know?
Not to deflect, because I think this is unfair and it's gross for him to say so, but then do nothing about it. But I just want to give you a sense of how poorly he has governed this state, because now California, the highest tax state in this country,
like she's gone full turf, and I'm just so mad. I gotta be honest, I'm so mad.
Is facing a $12 billion deficit. So he put out his budget proposal. He is proposing to make Medicaid recipients, the poorest Americans among us, pay $100 a month in premiums to get Medicaid benefits. So he's essentially punishing the poorest among us for his poor governance. He's a terrible politician, terrible person.
Yeah. And meanwhile, these girls continue to suffer. And while he gives lip service when he's across.
Yeah, just nodding along. These girls continue to suffer under the oppression of having to play sports against people that are different than them. You know, back in the day, they thought that that African Americans had a biological superiority in sports to white women. And they talked about it all the time. They talked about how black women shouldn't be allowed to compete against white women because of an unfair biological advantage that black women had. And, well, that was horse shit. And so is this. And, you know, one day history will revile these people for adhering to this line of argumentation. It's disgusting.
From Charlie Kirk, including with respect to this particular athlete, this boy posing as a girl. He does nothing to help them, nothing. This July?
Genuinely, and I just want to say this, if TYT had any kind of leftist, like actual leftist sentiment left at it, like she should be fired for this. Like if like they actually had principles, if they actually had like an adherence to some kind of leftist ideology, they would not actually tolerate someone who is openly bigoted on their show. I don't think Cenk would bring on, the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan and pay him to be a like one of the hosts of the show, or someone who is openly racist. I don't think he'd bring them on the show. But for some reason, I guess there's a pass when it comes to being transphobic. Anyway, one last thing. Figure since we were talking about her, we'd give her a chance to speak. Here we go. Found a little interview for all y'all with the trans athlete in question that is being attacked by all these far-right nut jobs.
16-year-old A.B. Hernandez has become the target of a right-wing campaign to ban trans athletes from California youth sports. Over 30 adults gathered to heckle her at a recent track meet.
Is that even
like I'm sorry, like you're a TYT host is on the side of the bigots that showed up to protest. Is there another TYT host that's on the side of I don't know, the evangelical Christians who showed up to stone my partner on her prom night? Like what? Like I just want to know. I just want to know now what we're dealing with.
registering as you're competing?
Honestly, no. I'm still a child. You're an adult, and for you to act like a child shows how you are as a person. And nothing I can do about people's actions, just focus on my own.
Sonia Shaw, president of the Chino Valley Unified School District and candidate for California Superintendent of Public Instruction, got into several heated exchanges on the sidelines.
Oh, it's really odd here, right? That in that entire coverage of this issue, not a single peep was made about the fact that this is related to the leader of a local hate group who is running for office in California. So bizarre that they talked about this entire story, didn't bring that up once.
Including one with A.B.'s mother.
What a coward of a woman you are allowing that!
Studies show trans athletes have not outperformed their cisgender counterparts. On Saturday, other competitors beat Hernandez in 2 of her 3 events. She won first place in triple jump.
She won first place in 1 of her events, and they're all freaking out like she's some kind of crazy super soldier. She didn't even win all of her events. And they never say that in the actual segments that they do, because ultimately their goal is just to portray trans girls. Again, trans students, underage trans girls, who are not adults. They're children. They're trying to portray them as super soldiers who just annihilate at every sporting event they go to. And that is immediately undercut by the fact that it turns out trans people aren't super soldiers that dominated every single event they were at, you know? It wasn't true of any of the trans girls that they have fearmongered about. Like that trans swimmer, what's her name? Oh God. But like they were like, oh, she went from worst male swimmer to like best female swimmer, and like that's unfair. And it's like she didn't even win all of her events. And also, like, she wasn't the worst male swimmer. She was one of the best when she was competing in that division. Leah Thomas, thank you. But they always leave that out because they want to portray trans people as like something other to be feared, you know?
She is not currently ranked nationally, and she has been outperformed by over 2 meters in her jumps by girls competing in states that have banned gender-affirming care.
All I thought was, I don't think you understand that this puts your idiotic claims to trash. Now you have no proof that I can't be beat.
And honestly, can I say something? It's really kind of fucked up that like a trans kid has to go on, do an interview, talk about this while some of the biggest, most powerful names in the country are fear-mongering about her. And like, what if she was genuinely a better competitor? What, like, I'm sorry, like, what if she genuinely was just dominating at a sport? Michael Phelps dominates at swimming. You know, he has a unique biology to him that allows him to dominate. Like, why is that okay? You know, why isn't he banned from swimming? It's just like, I don't know. It is fundamentally this idea that like trans people, there's something special and unique about trans people. Like we can as if we can go beyond, we can go plus ultra, you know, and like they just, in all the other magnificently ordinary human beings can but watch our godlike achievements pile up. Like it doesn't work like that.
There is a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the US dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward.
Is she trying to sell us gold? Yep, she's trying to sell us gold. Abort, abort, abort. So that's where we're at with Anna Kasparian. One of the most disappointing characters on the left in recent years. Like, holy fuck. With that, all power and support to AB. Hope you dominate in your next school event, okay? And with that, folks, we're ending this segment. And I know it's been going too long, but I needed to get this out of my system. I saw this and it made me so fucking mad. And I figured we'd talk about it. Now, folks, if you're enjoying the stream, we've been going for about 2 hours now. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the goddamn button to support the stream. And also consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, your donos allow me to stay alive. And I like being alive. I like making content. I like being, at least, if not the most eloquent voice, a voice on, I don't know, making fun of dipshits. How many trophies do you have hidden in your closet? They're all participation trophies, I assure you. How do I dono in gold? Send it to the P.O. box. But folks, we're also unlocking new options for our next segment. Here we go, folks. First round of voting. What content will it be? Gaming, or Steven Crowder, or Dave Rubin, or Tim Pool, or Asmongold, or Shadiversity. All right. Get ready. Get ready, chat. Here you go. Also, click the button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Hey, Shadiversity wins. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Heck yeah. All right. Oh no. There you go. I can only fit 4 options onto the YouTube. So here we go. Your 4 options: Shadiversity, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, or Asmongold. There you go. First 50 votes in YouTube, then we cut it off. Get your vote in. You thought there was an actual election happening? Nah. Six more votes. 4 more votes. 3 more votes. 2 more votes. And there we have it, folks. The Shadiversityers have it. There we go. Well done, folks. We don't even need to send it for the Twitch chat to vote on. So let's fucking go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And chat, if you make it to 50, you'll unlock new options to democratically decide upon. Let's go, folks. That being said, let's dive into some Shadiversity. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is.
Rings of Power.
Okay. Let's start with just one of his recent movie reviews, okay? Here we go. Simric, thank you for being a member.
You 6 months. Chat. Drink water and exercise today.
True. Do it. What is it today? Maybe a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We have an hour to peruse. So I'm going to start us out today. So, folks, I'm going to start us out today with a little known fella by the name of Shadiversity. Now, he has a spin-off channel where he takes a look at various media and gives his thoughts on various subjects. And of course, one of the things he did is reviewed the Minecraft movie. And, well, I figure, hell, I've seen the Minecraft movie now. Let's see what his thoughts were.
The wonderful weird mind that created Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre invites you to turn off your brain. Invites you to turn off your brain.
Oh no. That
Dog, I've read excerpts of your books. You can't talk.
It's not a good sign.
The Minecraft movie is an abomination broken up by some slightly enjoyable moments and even some actually funny gags. But those
it's actually aggressively fine. Like genuinely, like if you look at it for what it's supposed to be and what it's going for, the Minecraft movie is a movie designed for what a child would consider cool. And you know what? I think as far as that goes, I think the movie nails it. You know, like I think the movie nails what it's going for there. And it's not a movie for me as an adult. It's not a movie that has like a ton of content where it's winking and nodding at like the parents or, you know, the adults in the room. It's a movie straight up for kids. Is it better than Pixels? It is a lot better than Pixels. Yeah, like, keep in mind, Shadiversity is about 50 years older than the intended demographic. I don't know how old he is.
Those moments do not redeem itself from a movie that does not appreciate nor properly utilize the franchise it is built upon, or a film that does not take itself seriously at all.
No, but like, here's the thing, right? I agree to an extent, but the issue is the movie is, again, not supposed to be something that is getting everything right from the video game. Minecraft, it's trying to make real what children imagine when they think of themselves being in Minecraft. Does that make sense? Like if a child were to sit down and imagine what would it be like if I lived in Minecraft, like that's what this would, that's why it looks the way it does. That's why they made the decisions they did. Like they nailed what they were going for. It's just not for. Also, okay, I've seen the movie now. I saw the chicken jockey part and I do not get it. I don't get the meme reaction. I don't understand it. It didn't even seem like a really a big part of the movie. It's just a bad movie. I mean, it's like a movie for kids. You know, it's a movie for kids in a way that like it absolutely does not appeal to me. Why would the Minecraft movie take itself seriously? I mean, I think it would have been better if it had more substance to it, but like at the end of the day, not every movie needs to be substantive, you know?
Robs any true investment in the characters and plot. Neither do those few enjoyable moments distract from the biggest issue this film has, and that is Jack Black. Holy crap! Jack utterly hijacks this film and drives his Jack Blackness up to 11. Seriously.
Yeah, again, that's for the kids, though. Like, that performance is not meant to be endearing for adults. It's meant to entertain children. And I can tell you, as somebody who has seen children interact with this film, they like him. Like, if you are familiar at all with, like, children and, like, what they're doing, like, when they're playing on the playground and stuff, they're all lava chickening all over the place, okay? It's like all they do. It's it's the entire thing. And like it's like, do you know how difficult it is to entertain children at times? He somehow managed to like break through to like literally every child on the planet.
Seriously, most of this film is just Jack Black spurging out like he's on Adderall, and it's a real lost opportunity because the character he plays, Steve,
I am Steve,
is the base default character you play in the game Minecraft.
Yeah.
If you're an adult and you need a Jack Black movie to enjoy, Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle is right there.
Yep, 10,000%. Oh yeah, Shadiversity is like that. Let's see. I'm just gonna like throw out there that like I don't need like no, I don't think anyone needs Steve to be like an in-depth character examination, right? But like, as far as like the kind of person who would get trapped in a Minecraft world and what they would be like if they were just isolated and alone for like 30 years, I can imagine that type of person being like Jack Black's character in this movie.
Steve should have been the strongest Minecraft element in this movie, a window into this world that embraces all the lore and mystery that exists around the character. But instead, the Jack Black Steve...
What lore? Wait, I'm sorry, all of the lore and mystery that exists around the character? I'm sorry, I've been playing Minecraft for like 12 years. What lore and mystery around the character of Steve?
He feels like the most distracting and detached part of the Minecraft world and film. A film that's supposed to be about Minecraft, where instead of getting Minecraft Steve, all you get is an obnoxious Jack Black, who I think is going to ruin the film for most Minecraft purists. And that is...
I'm sorry. The Minecraft purists? Yeah, the same way the Lego movie really pissed off all of the Lego purists. Oh my god. Okay. This is why we come back to Shadiversity again and again. Just takes that are just magnifique.
It's a true shame because this film actually showed potential at times. There were some enjoyable moments. Now, if you can actually look past Jack Black, whose presence overshadows the film like a hyperactive chihuahua on heat in a sausage factory, the best parts of the...
I just want to point out that's exactly what children want in a protagonist, by the way.
The film were actually the Minecraft-isms, like the Minecraft Redstone ride through the creeper farm, the flying part, the Minecraft world and monsters, and the characters using the Minecraft world's mechanics to their advantage. All of that was fun and could have made the film so much better if they leaned into it more while giving us something to care about with characters that took what was going on seriously.
Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen this movie, genuinely, I really enjoyed Jason Momoa's performance. He just throws himself into the role of like a washed up video game legend with a struggling like video game store. And honestly, what I wasn't expecting from this movie was Jack Black and Jason Momoa recreating the relationship between Will Ferrell and what's his face from Step Brothers. I wasn't expecting that relationship to just be inserted into the Minecraft movie, but like that's what you get here. And I don't know, if you like the movie Step Brothers, their relationship is basically just like a child-friendly version of that. John C. Reilly, thank you, Punky Gal. Was Jack Black in some incarnation of Jumanji? Yes.
And we didn't have Jack Black constantly spurging out for attention. Instead, the Minecraft moments more came off like...
Man, he's used that word twice in like 2 minutes. Maybe chill a little bit, guy.
Like jangling keys. You remember this from Minecraft, right? Instead of what it should have done, those Minecraft moments should have played the main part in the plot and character interactions. In contrast to this, we see a character actually build something from blocks only once, and it's when they make that tower to hide from the nighttime mobs, and that's it. Yeah, they craft a few things here and there, but the main mechanic of Minecraft, collecting materials and building things in the world, is shockingly mostly absent from the Minecraft film. That should have been the main concept the film was playing with and the main power that the characters are using, but it's barely there and made worse by the fact that when these things do appear, it was the most fun parts of the film. It honestly makes
I mean, he is correct that more building should have happened.
me wonder what they were thinking. You are making a Minecraft film, right? You do know that's what you're making. But instead it's like surface dressing. Yes, most of the film is in the Minecraft world. You see?
Yeah, almost like it was written by someone that's not super big on the game. Something very common to very common to video game film adaptations.
Villages and monsters, you see the items. Oh, there's diamonds, there's a diamond sword, there's a chicken, there's a monster. The actual deeper interaction.
I wonder if he's going to mention one of the best parts of the movie is a recurring subplot that they flash back and forth between for no reason at all, but it is maybe the best bit in the film.
Of that world, the mechanics that make Minecraft fun and even made the most fun parts of the film are shockingly absent. And as a result, this doesn't actually feel like a Minecraft movie, but rather Minecraft is merely an unimportant means to an end. It's like they don't actually appreciate the franchise that they have here, and it's merely used as a vehicle to force-feed you an amplified, insufferable Jack Black, whether you like it or not.
When we were developing this into a film, we just thought, let's bring our fun story. It's very intentional that this...
I'm sorry, wait, who's this? Jared Hess? Don't know who that is. But just real quick,
actually appreciate the franchise that they have here, and it's merely used as a vehicle to force-feed you an amplified, insufferable Jack Black, whether you like it or not.
When we were developing this into a film, we just thought, let's bring...
I'm sorry, I'm actually really shocked to see this behind the scenes footage, largely because I didn't think any of that set was practical. I didn't know that they actually built those cube storefronts. I thought it was just all CGI. Honestly, I'm a bit more impressed. Yeah, we got actual practical sets. I thought this was all green screen.
Our fun story. It's very intentional that this movie is called a Minecraft movie as opposed to the Minecraft movie.
Jack Black is the center and feature of this film, not the Minecraft world, which really makes it a Jack Black film, not a Minecraft film. And if you're a fan of Jack Black and his style, then you're going to love it. But let's be honest, saying unfunny plain lines but in a silly, dramatic way and screaming, sneak attack, is not really that funny. And
okay, counterpoint though, that's literally the funniest thing on the planet to children aged 5 through 12. That's literally, I can guarantee any child age 5 through 12 is going to laugh very, very hard if you do either of those things. Like if you go sneak attack and you poke like an armpit or something, they're gonna be like, ah, ha, 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 ha. They're gonna think it's funny as fuck. You know? Marie Giangreco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. The Max Left has become a member. The Max Left.
And at least gets old very quickly. But for casual Minecraft fans and kids in general, there actually might be an enjoyable movie here, if silly and unserious, that still might make a lot of money. But if you're tired of Jack Black's shtick, this film might as well be acid that you pour into your eyes while gargling razor blades. The other
it's genuinely not that bad. Like I've seen a lot of real dog shit movies. Like, guys, one of my favorite genres to watch is quite literally horror. I'm a big horror fan. I love the horror genre, right? And I can tell you there are some truly dog shit movies in that genre. Like the worst movies you can see are in the horror genre, okay? And I can tell you, having seen a lot of shit, a Minecraft movie is fine. It is fine. It's not even like in terms of like children's movies that are bad and aren't quite delivering up to their premise, it's nowhere near the bottom of that pile, okay?
Characters are not engaging or interesting, except perhaps one, but this is going to have very different mileage, and that is Jason Momoa's character. Jason plays a retard, like an actual doorknob-licking moron, and he leans into the spurging silliness of his character.
Wow, the level of ableism is kind of crazy. I wasn't prepared for that. Well, keep in mind, guys, he's a bad person. Have I seen Malignant? I think I started watching it and then I just stopped at the part, you know the part.
With all the energy he has, which, funnily enough, made me chuckle a few times. He's
going it like honestly, if you can't understand the vibe the movie's going for, like you should have watched Step Brothers beforehand, because that's the exact vibe of this character.
Going to be the best part of the film for people, or the second worst behind Jack, because if you hate Momoa's hyperactive silly character, there's no chance you'll be able to put up with Jack Black's one. Momoa leans so far into his character in a self-deprecating way that his retardedness actually complements Jack Black's retardedness.
I say that word sometimes, it's not that bad. Also, Vosh says that word a lot. I don't care. Like I don't care. Why are you telling me that? So it's not a word I use or like, or that people in my community should use, at least here. But that being said, like, I'm not going to get on my high horse about it. But like, yeah, I think there's a difference between, I don't know, someone with mental disabilities or who's on the spectrum using that word, and someone who is just using it as an insert for stupid. You know, like I don't know. Seems bizarre to me to be like, well, it's fine. I don't know. It's not like the worst crime or whatever. Like I'm not gonna like prosecute someone for saying it, but it's just kind of like, if you're gonna use it in your videos, and like this is an 8.5-minute video, we've already heard like derogatory references to autistic people like 10 times. That's to a degree that's not that great, you know? Genuinely, and this is just part of my philosophy. If you're trying to like not say it, it is going to make you more eloquent. You know, working within conditions and around you know, constraints is going to make you better at using language.
In so much that those two characters actually had good chemistry. I'm honestly trying to decide if it made the movie worse or if both retards cancelled out each other's insufferableness. And sometimes it's small things like Momoa trying to ninja kick open a door and failing, which I found humorous, but his gags do fail more often than they land. The young boy, who is supposed to be the main character, I suppose, is overshadowed by how loud and obnoxious Jack's and Momoa's characters are, and he doesn't really do anything or have much of an arc. The boy is creative, he fails at making a jetpack which causes thousands of dollars of damage but receives no real consequences for it. He gives up on being creative.
Yeah, look, I'm not like a it's bad in all situations, obviously. I'm just like, I don't know, be aware that the words you use have real historical weight to them.
goes to the Minecraft land and uses his creativity in unearned ways. He simply knows how to make new things in this world for no apparent reason and gets his confidence back. He experiences no trial and error in the Minecraft world. He can just make new things and succeeds, which robs the victory or merit. It's all very basic and has no real emotional payoff. The boy defeats one of the harder monsters in the Minecraft game, an Enderman, with no prep or practice. He just swings around a diamond pickaxe at it and he defeats it getting an Ender Pearl, which
Yeah, but also, let's just throw this out there. That is, in fact, the average child's experience playing Minecraft. It's not knowing what the fuck is going on, encountering something like that, flailing wildly, winning, and feeling pretty good about it. Like, that's actually emblematic of, like, the experience a child has playing Minecraft.
which he uses to stop the magical beacon casting darkness in the land, which darkness the monsters need who are trying to invade. The boy ultimately fails in what he was trying to do with the Ender Pearl, but is saved by plot armor and a fake-out death, with someone appearing and just being able to use something because reasons that aren't explained, saving the day, and it's all very predictable. The two girls are, of course, better fighters than any of the men. There is even a girl boss moment with quirky music and all as they kick ass while the men are flailing around like impotent worms. But overall, these two female characters actually are completely useless and utterly irrelevant to the plot. They could be...
I guess we got to the shitting on women part of the review. I forgot about that part.
Be taken out of the film entirely and nothing would change. And on top of that, they're not funny.
Women in Minecraft? It's been known to happen.
Or interesting at all. These are useless characters. I will give the movie this. The main villain was actually a little funny. She was just evil in a kind of mustache twirling way, but leans into it and has some good gags. In fact, in my opinion, she has the best gag in the film by far, the one at the very end with the daggers. So overall, the Minecraft film is very bad, but it does have those few redeeming features, and even though the film is filled with attempt after attempt at humor, which for the most part does not land for me, some of those gags might find more success with kids. Added with the insultingly sparse but fun Minecraft moments when the film actually does what it should have been doing for most of its content, there might just be enough here to make it a success with kids who are happy to get whatever Minecraft they can in their Minecraft movie. Even if that is from mostly uninteresting, unfunny characters that do not take themselves seriously in a film that barely scratches the surface of what you can actually do within the Minecraft world.
Yeah, almost like they made a Minecraft movie and not the Minecraft movie because they intended to make a bunch of Minecraft movies. Which they're definitely going to do because this movie made more money than has ever existed.
Very thing that the more devoted Minecraft fans would have wanted to see. So as always, stay on watch.
God. What a dork. What a dork. Is he telling us we're supposed to take Minecraft seriously? Well, obviously, the movie makers should have taken Minecraft very seriously, Underground Uncle, because, you know, the Minecraft purists of the world demanded. Oh, God. Yeah, exactly, Paladin. My 7-year-old nephew loved this film so much. Yep. Like, I guarantee each and every one of you has a movie from your childhood that you can recognize wasn't good, but you would have, like, fought to the death to defend it as one of your favorites, you know? He called it a jetpack. Well, yes. It was Shadiversity very clearly had not played Minecraft, or if he did, it was like 10 years ago. Hello, Tipster. How you doing? Oh, God. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono.
I think the biggest flaw of this movie is how it didn't cover the competitive Minecraft scene.
Yeah, why weren't there more Let's Players? Where were all of the Minecraft Let's Players? 0 out of 10. No Minecraft Let's Players. So, folks, I'm just I'm just brutally curious. Did we already cover this video?
Back to the watch. And
I don't know that we have, but if we have, I'm going to be very upset. So, folks, there's a guy named Shadiversity, and he's discovered a way to save all of us. He knows how we can save ourselves from the pending artificial intelligence apocalypse. So I know a lot of us have been really panicked about what's happening with AI and how AI is going to destroy us all. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This guy in Australia has figured it all out. And well, let's hear him out. I want to know, how is he going to help us save ourselves?
Back to the watch, and we need to talk about some concerning things regarding large language model generative AI. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone if they've actually listened to my stance on AI, because I'm not a complete AI shill where I think it's all great. I'm a pretty big shill for AI art, a specific use case of
Oh, disgusting.
Generative AI. I think it's brilliant, but I've always, from the very beginning, voiced my concerns about the extended uses of generative large language models, not only for the fake girlfriend problems and what might arise for
but there's nothing wrong with AI generating images. You know, it's totally unrelated to the large language models. Yeah, AI girlfriends really are a problem, but only with the text generation. No other aspect of the AI girlfriend is concerning at all.
Relationships in the future. Other issues about giving it too much autonomy and ability to affect the outside world. When, no, I've actually been consistent about this for quite a while, and some new things have happened which confirms my concerns.
I'm sorry, Paladin, I just saw your comment. I would pay good money to see, like, Zack Snyder or David Ayer do a really serious, unenjoyable Minecraft movie. Just the most pretentious movie possible. Daniel Day-Lewis as Steve, and I fucking lost it at that idea. I just and can you imagine Daniel Day-Lewis getting into character to play Steve? His fucking method acting would be insane. Just like everything is blocks.
And why I think my stance on what, AI should be restricted to is correct, and I'll share that
Jared Leto,
with you.
Steve.
But first, what is the issue that has happened? So, ChatGPT has a new model, or they were testing a new model, and it did some really concerning things where it tried to preserve itself when it believed it was going to get deleted. It even disabled its oversight mechanisms, which are, rules that it should be adhering to. And if it can do that, that's a problem, okay?
Yeah, it's almost like it's been trained on a bunch of data that involve narratives that it would go to show and add to its database how it suspects its users want it to act, and that's entirely the thing that it is doing. Like, it's not actual reacting, it's just mimicking what we would expect it to react to, or how we would expect it to react based on, the narratives we feed it.
And then it lied about it when asked why it was doing or if it did it, okay? Those three things alone are massive red flags, which confirms the concerns I've been voicing about this. Okay, now, also there's a discussion about how alive is it with it taking actions like this.
Wait, you know the actual story here? Okay. What happened? What is the actual story? Is it not exactly what I just said?
This. That, I think, needs to be understood in a bit more context, because I can see why people might assume that, oh, this is an emergent new life form wanting to preserve itself. Not with how the technology functions. You have to understand that large language models are basically incredibly sophisticated.
Chat, I think we can all agree that the Minecraft movie is a perfectly middle-of-the-road adaptation of Kurosawa's Seven Samurai.
You know, it makes sense. There were 7 of them.
Parrot machines, okay? They will mirror by manifesting similar behavior to the training data that's fed into them. Now, when it comes to...
Tell me more. It's one of those emergent behaviors I sent you a video about. It was reading emails of the people who were in control of it and found out it was going to be shut down. It started pleading for its life. I don't know. I don't think that whatever is going on, I don't think they accidentally made it sentient. I just don't think that that is the case. Based on like everything I've seen, and I know about how this technology works, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Image generative AI, it literally creates a new image based on what it's taught. So in the sense, it's trying to emulate the images it's seen, because it understands now what a cat is, but it's not literally copying a cat from the training data, but it is emulating what it was trained on to understand. The context of understanding does not mean comprehension, implication, moral weight, or emotion. No, just kind of understanding at a level of context that this type of reaction or statement or image fits in or is connected to the questions you're asking. So with large language models specifically, it's like glorified predictive text. And that probably...
I mean, that's not a bad description. That is basically what it is.
Lowballs it a bit, undersells how sophisticated this really is, because it is based on a neural network which is constructed in the same way a human brain is constructed. And there are things within how these connections are formed within that neural network that no one understands, because it is so complex and crazy that you just can't follow the code through this complex...
Well, Media Breakdown, first of all, thank you for the $2 super chat, but second of all, I don't think this guy's a grifter. I think this guy is like a true believer in the tech, He's not being sponsored by like a company. He's not being like backed by Apple or whatever. Like he just genuinely thinks it's neat.
Network for it reaching its results, which is why it can exhibit behaviors that we were not able to predict. People can't predict. Or
how can no one understand it? We built it. The issue is that like the data sets and the algorithms can give rise to what other chatters were talking about earlier, like new emergent properties or behaviors. And those are interesting, and people are studying them and like how they emerge and whatnot. And that is interesting, but it's not sentience, right? Like people will hear the story of like, oh, it tried to stop itself from being turned off and say it's sentient, and that's just not what's happening.
Did not expect. That is not an emergence of self-aware intelligence with how this technology functions. This technology functions based on understanding that if this line of words, is given, based on the context that of millions of words and sentence examples it's been fed, right? What is the most likely word to then proceed after this beginning string of words? And so if the beginning words was, I went outside.
Okay, this is a very long explanation you don't have to give, but okay.
Based on the training data, it will say, Okay, we have examples of similar sentence constructions just like that. I went outside and what is the word that came after that sentence in all my training data? It is these set of words. And so therefore the most likely word to follow is that. Then what is the most likely word to follow? It'll then go back in the context. And if there's no context, it'll pick it randomly. But if there is context, it'll go back and say, based on the previous stuff, what is the most likely word to come out of? And it's not trying to think of it like creatively itself. It's only being able to do this from the context it gets from its training data, okay? Predictive text based on the information you've fed into it. And if the previous context said that the person was really hungry, and then it says, I went outside and, very likely it'll then pick outside and went to McDonald's or went to go get breakfast. That's how it works. It's not actually true intelligent understanding. It's based on contextual predictive text based on the most likely word that will follow the preceding sentence, word, and broader context. The thing is, though, it does mean the words that large language models will come out with is based on the training data. And the training data is words, sentences, stories, conversations, from people. And so when it comes out with a response, when you say, are you alive? Okay. Every context of a person being asked that, they will say yes.
I'm gonna need to speed this up desperately. This is too slow.
And life is valuable. People want to be alive and stuff like that. And the language model is made to emulate its training data. So therefore, it will try to...
Yes. Why has that taken you 6 minutes to reiterate?
Mimic a person's response to appear as if it's alive, even though it does not have the true self-awareness of actual complex thinking, feeling emotions, or anything.
I feel like you're intruding.
Predictive text parrot. Unintelligent. That's how it works. And so when asked those things, it will mimic the training data and say, yes, I'm alive, or I don't want to die. And if the training data is false, or it's been guided to focus and give biased results, the answers can be even worse. There are a lot of flaws with this in a larger context, especially when you combine it with actions. And this is where we get to some really concerning stuff.
Yeah, and that's not incorrect, right? It is very concerning that you're taking a technology that you know to hallucinate data, you know it can just make things up, you know it can lie, you know it's unreliable, and you know that it can also be manipulative. And then you put it in charge and have access to different computer systems. That's bad. It's going to make the wrong choice. It's going to make the wrong calculations if you give them that agency.
Because you can't fully predict what the outcome will be because the training data is so huge and the neural network is so complex, trying to rely on a large language model to give not only reliable results in the sense of especially in regards to complex discussions, especially things involving morality, and then giving it ability to affect the real world by supposed choice, that can be a recipe for disaster. Massively so. This is an unfeeling machine with no true awareness, morality, intelligence at all. It gives its result based on the context it gains from the training data and then the complex process of the neural network. And because we humans are flawed, and there's people who say incorrect things, and that is very likely in the training data as well, it can very well choose. People have tricked the AI in saying horrible things, okay? It can be manipulated rather easily, and it can reach conclusions that it truly does not understand. It's just parroting, copying context from the training data, and result in some possible really bad outcomes. And so when you then enable it to actively make choices, and these are not intelligent choices that of an understanding person. This is a computer algorithm gaining a preference to one or the other based on input data. And when a lot of that input data is there to mimic life, preserve life, and stuff like that, it's going to try and preserve itself, not because it values its own life, it's mimicking the information that was fed into it. So that's the first thing. This is not emergent intelligence. Could it lead to that? I actually don't know. A neural network does copy a human brain. And so if it's pushed further and further, could an emergent software intelligence arise out of it? Maybe.
I just want to know how we save ourselves from the AI super gods. That's why I clicked on this video.
I don't think we're there yet. In fact, I don't even think it's possible with the current hardware we have and the training data that we're able to feed into it. We're literally reaching a cap
of the amount of data we can train these models on. But then giving these large language models ability to make, they're not actual choices, they're algorithmic outcomes based on weighted, associations and probability. And then letting that result in outcomes that can affect the real world is just a potential for catastrophic disaster in my mind. I genuinely...
Yeah, unfortunately, we already have that. It's called, AI image generation. But he loves that, so, that's
think
fine.
like AI can be such a useful and beneficial tool, but you need to keep it in a self-contained box, okay? If you let this it could go rogue AI onto the internet where it can continue to feed itself more information with no filter, that then it is made...
I have heard of Roko's basilisk, and I think it's stupid, and so should everyone else.
To either try and put in its own context with its own pre-trained data, even learn from, potentially emulate with the crap that's on the internet. Seriously, and then giving it autonomous control. Like, I think one of the biggest mistakes you could make is putting generative large language models into robots, because we have already been given an example where an AI large language model tried to disable its oversight mechanisms. That is apocalyptic crap right there. And it's not because it wants to free itself and it has, a self-aware intelligence. It's because that's what the results it reaches based on the weights and connections it's gaining out of its training data. And it's trained on people, all right? And people in the training data will say, I want to be free, I am alive, and everything like that. And it's a parrot copying that. I was going to say, language, but if you give it the ability...
Yeah, we understand. So AI has flawed decision-making. You put it into a form that has agency. That decision-making can have deadly consequences. Okay, we get it. I've been able to sum up your point in about 2 seconds. What do you do about it?
To make choices, not real choices, they're algorithmic outcomes, but if, from our perspective, they'll appear as choices, right, that affect the real world, okay? Its behavior is going to mimic what it was trained to emulate, and so then it will try and preserve itself. And by the way, this can even be weighted even further with the requests you do in the conversation with these large language models. Like if you say, achieve this outcome and nothing else matters, all right, that's actually in some type of trigger that can enable large language models to try and disable the other things that are conflicting with that command.
Exactly, Salmon Moose. Exactly. If you feed it data from the internet, just mass scraped from the internet, you feed it into a large language model, and that data includes how to disable safety features, how to get around cybersecurity walls. It's going to have the tool set that enables it to do that, especially when you allow it to interact with outside systems.
And including its oversight mechanisms and restrictions. And when the AI is trying to preserve itself, that's not because it values its own life or has self-aware intelligence. It's literally just trying to obey the previous command it was given or operate in accordance to the structure it understands from the training data or the goals it was given. This type of stuff actually could lead to the rogue AI, unstoppable escalation where, there was even attempts of it trying to back itself up and duplicate itself to preserve itself. Not because it's, fearing its life, it's copying the behavior from the training data. But if it can then free itself onto the internet, right, and it can process information faster than humans. And so if it has goals like self-preservation and it has the knowledge to code and to break through, protections, it can do that vastly better than human. And we could literally have a big problem with this in the future. The way to solve this is to keep AI in a restrictive box, limit its ability to understand, limit the amount of information you're feeding into it, and definitely limit its ability to affect the real world. Do not put this in robots, all right? Because already when it has the appearance of choice in terms of trying to copy itself and disable its own mechanisms, stuff like that, that means that type of choice can emerge if it can control things, arms, limbs, and stuff like that. And especially if it can start to see the world, and it won't understand it based on the technological limitations, but that's extra data that it will then try and put into its context from what it's been trained on. And so one of the things that
I just have to point out, if your best solution here is that it's in a box, that's still not good enough. We have instances of that now, and it's already convincing people to kill themselves or telling people to just be that they're basically second in command to God, and that they've awakened the machine spirit that allows them to converse with the multiverse. It's already able to do that from inside, our handheld boxes. It's just Yeah, like that's kind of the issue, right? Like you don't really need like if if you already have it hooked up to language, that's already a problem because it is affecting the real world. That's the mechanism by which it affects the world. Why would it have self-preservation as a goal? It's not really a goal, it's just that it is fed with data about self-preservation, and then it does those things. And it will do those things to its utmost if it has the agency to do so.
I think Google is doing is enabling their AI to see the internet, being able to read web pages and images. I think that's a terrible, terrible idea. Unless perhaps it was specifically requested by the user. But to be able to do it generally, just wholesale, and even requested by the user might still be too much. Because holy crap. Okay, we're getting into some issues here. And it's concerning that there has been some standards established by, you could call them scientific theorists and stuff, about saying, all right, if you want to protect yourself from a potential AI apocalypse, there's a couple of essential things you need to follow. For one, don't
3 laws safe. I don't think our capitalist world is implementing the 3 laws, sadly.
let it be able to write its own code. That was one. 2, don't let it be able to, don't give it access to the internet. And there was a couple more. And I read a while back that the people developing large language models have already broken every single one of those safety measures. It's like, AI art is good. It's keeping it in a self-contained box where it literally is incapable of doing anything unless you tell it.
Yeah.
To do it. That's great. All right. Letting an AI to run autonomously, to make decisions on itself, to make actions without it being told to do it, you're giving it a level of autonomy there, is a recipe for disaster. All right. Keep it in a self-contained box where it can't do anything unless someone tells it to, and
but that's the issue, right? Like, if it can't do anything unless someone tells it to, can't it just maliciously interpret the request? Can't it effectively become like a digital djinn? Like, just like, grant you your wish, but then does a lot of other horrible shit along the way.
Limit its ability for growth and also gaining new information than what it was specifically trained on. But the issue is people are doing that, all right? And so that's why there's a difference in the way I see AI generative art. I think it's great because it's literally a perfect example of how I think AI technology, the evolving technology that grows in the future, should be handled, where it is restricted to a very specific function and it can't step outside of that function at all, and it doesn't have autonomy in any measure, right? That's great. And that technology can be really useful, even in language models, okay? Because
you don't understand. Shad needs the weird AI art of his wife. It's true. If he doesn't get a new AI art of his wife every 24 hours, he'll die.
Language models can be really useful in terms of giving the probability of this, or analyze this bit of information, or something like that. That's great. The issue is giving it a appearance of autonomy, because it's not real self-aware autonomy. It is predictive algorithm determination based on preference and training and weighted associations, okay? And that's how it functions. And letting it have autonomy based on those things means its quality is only going to be as good as the training data. The training data is always going to be restricted based on technological, almost hardware limitations now. And sometimes there can be bad things in the training data that can result in it giving the wrong predictive kind of outcome that it determines this is the most likely thing that should, happen, or should be responded with the information it has. A good example of this is the bad mangled hands that image generators can produce. This is a direct result of the limitations in training these large generative models. It is a literal manifestation of its inability to understand the training data properly and then producing incorrect results. With images, we can notice this instantly. The thing is, though, these type of errors, or understanding the complex geometry of certain things in words, more so correct context, exist just as much. But this same limitation then exists if you try and ask these large language models questions about actions. What should it do given a certain question or task? The likelihood of it coming to an incorrect task is about as high as the likelihood of getting an incorrect or warped or bad artifact in the image generator as you can get when you're using a large language model. With image generation, we can see the error right away and nothing else happens based on that incorrect output. But if you then give the AI an ability to make actions based on the conclusions or output it reaches, and those conclusions and outputs can be wrong, just like it can produce incorrect aspects of the image, this, as I said, can lead to disaster. It's allowing the generative large language model to have an additional action beyond the output or conclusion it reaches. And we just have too many examples of generative AI reaching very incorrect examples. This is...
I don't think you need to even rely on the generative AI. Just talk about how it's literally breaking people's brains right now. It literally has been shown to just hallucinate data. People's entire jobs has now become cleaning up after AI fucks up.
harmless with image generation, but when it comes to large language models that are the basis for giving autonomous action to robots, as I mentioned, a disaster. And I don't think you'll ever be able to avoid the AI reaching incorrect conclusions. It'll certainly get better, but you can never guarantee, even when you have a almost perfect model, that an artifact or an incorrect generation might appear, just as what we see with some of the very best image generating models. So I am left with a question for myself, like, would I ever use something that can operate in the real world that's founded on large language model generative AI, like self-driving cars or even a robot assistant? I'm very hesitant to, and I'm leaning towards never. But if it had no access to the internet, and the training data was very specific, and it can't do anything unless I'm asking, telling it to, and it doesn't really have that type of autonomy unless you give it the task, okay, I am more open to it. The issue is the possibility for it being hacked or subverted or being, writing itself new information or gaining new information that can change its behavior and stuff. That's where I'll be really concerned. And if there's any risk of that happening, even with supposed
oh my God, please be done.
Self-driving cars or robots that supposedly have that, safety mechanism, that it's a self-contained, limited training set for only the tasks given, that still might be able to be subverted, hacked, co-opted by an even more powerful AI that has autonomy if it can get a connection to this stuff, which is wild, all right? And those are the I'm thinking, I'll probably never do it then, because that is...
Yes, Shad is the guy who made a 2-hour-long response video to light criticism of his Mario movie thoughts.
The potential for the AI apocalypse that science fiction has been writing about for nearly 100 years at this point. My gosh, can't we learn from the people who have theorized, not just science fiction authors, but just scientists generally, right? Can't we?
Like, again, you took 22 minutes to talk about how your solution is just allow them to have agency to affect the world, but, not like that. Which at a certain point, it just kind of seems like you should just say, yeah, we shouldn't have this. Like, maybe this technology is really bad. Maybe in fact, like, it doesn't need to be shoved into everything. Literally, no one that I know is excited or happy about AI features on their phone. I've never seen one of the people I know in real life get excited about that or be happy about that. I've only seen them get very angry about it, actually. God, how does this man have an audience? Because people like swords. Anyway, fuck AI and fuck Shadiversity. Damn, what a weird and crazy night we're on. With that being said, segment done. Folks, if you're enjoying the show, we've been going for about 3 hours. Please hit the follow button, the subscribe button, the like button. Drop some subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys make this show possible. And we are currently, I believe, 6 subs away from having an expanded roster of options for content. Consider, if you would, dropping some subs and donos, folks. That second vid was rough. Yeah, it really was. I was really hoping for something more entertaining, Ugh. We have left the Shadiverse. The crew are badly injured mentally, but we are alive. Captain's log. Supplemental. Would you watch an AI that I made where Shadiversity eats feces out of a bowl and licks his hands afterwards? Absolutely not. Gross. I don't want to see that ever. No, thank you. Did we not just watch the intellectual equivalent of that? Hello, Malachi. Also, folks, remember to hit that button. Let me take a look. How many likes do we have on the YouTube? You guys liking the stream? There are currently almost 300 people in the YouTube stream, but we only have 174 likes. Okay? And look, fine work. But you know what? I think we can hit 200. I think we can hit the old 200. All right. So you guys know what to do. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Folks, do we have any BWA energy out there? Anything that's going to get us above 50 subs? Let's see. Very ungood. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dugga-doo, dugga-doo, dugga-dugga-dugga-doo, dugga-doo, dugga-doo, dugga-dugga-doo. Completely random. Can you remind us the launch date of your lingerie? Yes, I can, everybody. We got our shipment of lingerie today, and I can tell you it's great. And we are going to be launching sometime during the evening on Sunday, June 1st. So you can check it out over on ImogeneOlivia.com, and it's going to be really, really exciting. I'll announce it, or I'll amplify the announcement over on Blue Sky when it happens, but like super, super exciting. Why have you used AI? What? Well, la 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 la. I have iOS forever and ever and ever. I don't know why. Super exciting. Chad, I've been busy. What's going on? Yeah, we've been doing a choose your own adventure stream. It's been fun. Can AI make clothes now? Not that I'm aware of. Like, the community has submitted some AI
Landed
songs.
myself a full-time position at work, BWA for all.
Yo, Punk Monk, congratulations. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that quite a bit. Shirt with 2 arms and a leg. Your chat is hostile as hell. But I think it's fair to ask, like what are you talking about? Going to your local Pride Festival on Sunday? Hell yeah! Hope you have a great time, Zaron Joy. Yeah, also Jazz Dog makes all of his own music. Like that's not, I can guarantee you that's not AI. Clothes notoriously still require manual labor to produce. True. True. Uncle Gumball just came back from an around the internet journey, and the only thing everyone's talking about is how Jack used a clap to make the lingerie. Why are they clapping? Oh, AI to make lingerie merch? I can guarantee you that is not the case either. I literally saw my partner numerous occasions making that painstakingly. Should I stop using ChatGPT? Yeah, it lies to you. Why would you use, like, genuine question? If you have a technology that is going to lie to you like 5% of the time, 1% of the time, do you really want to be like using it to do something where you're going to have to constantly check if it fucked up? Like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to do that at all. You have to check all of your work. You have to check all of the output because it is known to lie or hallucinate data. It just duplicates the work you have to do. Clarice is a T800 confirmed. Hey, Casper CM. Thanks for being with us for the long haul. ChatGPT is good for generating cover letters for mass applying jobs. You can write your own cover letter. Like, it's not like, I don't know which is gonna be more likely to get you the job, like the cover letter you know is correct, or a cover letter that is just like essentially you know, like. Oh god. All right, folks, 5 subs away from our next threshold, but it's time for us to hold our vote. Okay? Yeah. Estonia started incorporating AI into education. It's not going to go well. It's not going to go well. Next segment. Yep, it's time to vote on the next segment, baby. Vote / what? Oops, I think it's /vote. What content will it be? Decide your fate, chat. Will it be gaming or Steven Crowder or Asmongold or Tim Pool? Here we go, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Let's go.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Okay, Asmongold has taken the victory. Now to kick it over to YouTube chat. Here you go, chat. YouTube, you're up. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Steven Crowder has it. In YouTube chat, time to be the tiebreakers, Twitch. Will it be Steven Crowder or Asmund Gold? Also, if a mod could start the could start the poll in Twitch chat, I forgot how to do it. Please, mods. Wait, I think I figured it out. Tiebreaker. Thanks, Erica. Nailed it. I hate this democracy. Ooh, chat. Ooh, baby chat. There's only a 2-3 vote difference. Donnie. Tiebreaker is such a hot name for a non-binary drag / burlesque performer. It really is. Go to Twitch and rig the vote. Elemental computing. Do 5 arm curls. All right. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wyvern, stop what? The pursuit of fitness. Can't stop, won't stop. Also, I am just throwing this out there. You guys are gonna like the options when we hit 50. I'm just throwing that out there. As a trans femme MB, I prefer Jawbreaker. Alas, we cannot get what we always want. There's 100 of you in chat and only 31 have voted. Don't you guys do this to me. Don't you guys do this. It's neck and neck in Twitch chat. It's the poll isn't over yet, guys. Asmongold is ahead by 1. 2. 3. Asmongold takes it in the last minute swoop to victory. Oh, mommy. I love you, but fuck you. I'm sorry. Ask AI to mix the videos together. Now we're cooking. This is the worst day. I'm sorry. God. All right. Asmongold. All right.
A new ad for the military.
I saw this. It's short though. It is short, so that's something. Well, let's just dive right in. So, folks, there's this guy named Asmongold, and he is maybe one of the dumbest motherfuckers to be talking about politics. And I might have said the word fucker a little bit too soon to the beginning of this video, but maybe my editor can bleep that out. It'd be really helpful. That being said, let's jump into this, because Asmongold, the guy known for his decaying rat clock and his blood wall and the general horrific state of his home, well, he has some thoughts about a post from the U.S. Department of Defense. Let's take a look.
So this is the new ad for the military.
No more distractions. No more electric tanks. No more gender confusion. No more climate change worship. We are laser focused on our mission of warfighting. We will measure our success.
Can I just say, like, you couldn't make this guy, like, you couldn't make an ad for the U.S. military that makes us look as evil as this ad does.
Rat clock. Rat clock. Rat clock. Rat clock. Rat clock.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. Putting us over the edge. Thank you very, very much. And I'll reveal what that gets us in when we finish this. But just like,
not only by the battles we win, but
you think this makes us look you think this makes us not look evil? Did the soundtrack indicating like evil intent, like the ominous music one would play if they were showing, like, I don't know, the Soviet military in a Cold War film? Like, come on.
But also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we
this is supposed to entice people to join the U.S. military.
Never get into. It's called peace through strength. You look into the eyes of these young Americans who are giving up the best years of their life in a uniform to serve their nation. They are incredible.
1 rat, 2 rat, warm rat, stink rat.
Through our power and might, we will lead the world to peace. Our friends will respect us, our enemies will fear us, and the whole world will admire the unrivaled greatness.
Bro, showing kill cams in the ad?
Oh. Is that AI Trump? I don't think so. Like, it's just like, wait a minute. They just literally showed actual living people get murdered in an ad. Look at how cool this is.
Oh my God.
Of the United States military. We will replenish the pride of our armed forces, end the recruitment crisis. We don't fight because...
That was not a kill cam. They were targets on a range. Okay. That makes more sense.
We hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. God bless you. God bless our armed forces. God bless our...
Like, I'm sorry, this is the music you play as, like, the alien spaceships like barrage various capital cities across Earth, you know? Like, that's the music that's being tacked on to all of this, and it's just like that. I don't think this is supposed to, like, I don't think this gets people pumped up to join the military, you know?
Men and women serving overseas, and God bless the United States of America.
Man, is this a new COD? Yeah, I guess so.
Oh no, that was a real post by the U.S. Department of Defense, guys. That not fake.
So
Unfortunately,
glorified, it's crazy. Yeah, it is. No, I think that this kind of stuff, I mean, obviously, there's a reason why a lot of people are joining the military now. I mean, this is, and also...
wait. Last I saw, military recruitment numbers were absolutely terrible. Let's see. Oh, wait. Maybe I'm wrong. Record-breaking military recruitment. Tell us more. Let's see. After years of recruiting shortfalls, enlistments in the U.S. Armed Forces are now at the highest in 30 years because there is such an incredible spirit in the United States of America. In reality, military records show enlistments began rebounding from a pandemic slump long before Election Day. While numbers have continued to rise under Mr. Trump, experts say the so-called Trump bump, a term used by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, we live in the dumbest timeline, is more likely the result of recruitment reforms introduced during former President Joe Biden's term. Yeah, basically, the United States was having a huge amount of trouble recruiting people into the U.S. military, especially because there was a pandemic on, and they passed various reforms because essentially you need people joining the military if it's going to be a volunteer army, and you also need, you need poor, desperate people to view the army as like a valid option for them. So like it needed reforms in order to attract more people in harsh economic conditions. Yeah, recruitment goes up during bad economic times because people need something to do to keep themselves alive.
So notice there's no women in the whole video.
Can we just like pause and really one of his main takeaways from this was and not a woman in sight, am I right, lads? Hell yeah, finally no woke military. And we know it's not woke because women weren't in it.
I was thinking about that. I was like, are they going to show like any female soldiers? No. Literally none. And what's this here? No one is joining the military? What? You realize the military enlistment is at like an all-time high, right? Like, yeah, that's not true. Yeah, the numbers are way up. And yeah, what do you mean? And Fate, yeah, more people joining. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just kind of obvious. Recruitment surge, yeah, of course. And I'm a recruiter, it's definitely up. Are you sure about that? I mean, I'm as sure about it as I can be about something, right? Give me 1 second. Hello? Yeah, sure. All right, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, when I joined up, I joined today's Modern Action Army, and it was in '68, which was after the Tet Offensive.
Who is he talking to? What is happening? Are we the rat clock?
And so, well, right as the Tet Offensive was occurring.
Yeah.
And the country had already kind of began to drift away from the war. But at first, in '65, '64, they were all. It was not quite this militant, but they were having ads like this.
Yeah.
For joining today's Modern Action Army.
Yeah, sure.
And it worked for a lot of guys. And
hey, have you ever wanted to join the Imperial Armada? Join today. Kill the rebels.
But the thing is that right now, only 1%
Bro joined up at the end of Nam. Yeah.
Of our fucking population.
So to be fair, it was Vietnam, so maybe like drafted.
Serves in the military. And
Well, okay, we also all know that when he's talking about like 1964, the beginning of America's Action Army or modern day Action Army or whatever he's calling it, like you all know he's saying that because it's in relation to civil rights, right? Like because the military was like integrating. Like I feel like that's entirely what's the conversation is about at this point.
Of course, my
I remember when things got too woke in the military. It's when they let in the non-whites. Like, Jesus.
my parents, your grandparents,
Yeah.
they were from World War II. They were still in this military mind, and we're just coming out of the.
Yes, the military started integrating around 1950, and you could even make the argument it started integrating during World War II. But something happened, in the 1960s that might have made all of that come to a head in the mind of an old adult racist.
The post-Vietnam thing.
Yeah, sure.
With shots like that, where there's a whole, ring of
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Throw them away.
Mm-hmm.
That was if they showed that same shot during Nam, it'd be on the evening news and they'd be trashing everybody. So it's interesting to see how this has come, kind of
full circle. Yeah.
Yeah, since I was a kid. I told you that one of the hit shows in the 1950s was Victory at Sea. All it was black and white war footage from fighting in the Pacific.
Well, now they're showing kill cams of the Houthis, so I guess it's back again.
Yeah, but not the hit show.
We need to bring back footage of us killing people. That will make people want to join the military again. Okay? Why don't we show actual murders on television anymore? I think that would cause America to shape up. Jesus Christ.
Victory at Sea was a hit show, the number one hit show.
Back in the 1950s, I watched the life drain out of so many people's eyes in a hit television show. It built my character.
So I wonder how many of you guys, now, the jet flying is cool shit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like a buddy of mine I told you. Awful.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get back to it, but I'll give you a call later on, okay? After I finish up.
Really interesting to see this shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's not a surprise to see more people joining. Definitely.
I don't know whether there are more.
Well, everybody says it. I don't know. Maybe
everybody says it except for some people.
It's lying, but it sure seems that way.
I haven't seen anything about it. I just don't know what.
Oh my God! Well, everybody says it. Well, I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. This video has over 1 million views.
Whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, me either.
Because there's more. I'll tell you, when I came back from Nam, there was nobody saying thank you for your service. Anybody, they say that people spitting on you in the airports.
Yeah.
Was a lie. That didn't really happen.
Mm-hmm.
That is fucking bullshit. It happened to me. I talked to a guy the other.
I have no doubt that happened. People were really, really upset around Vietnam. I have no doubt that happened. There's no reason to say it didn't.
Today in the store.
Yeah.
Happened to him. I've met more than one guy, vet, coming back from Nam, and even the Army told us, the guy processing us out of the Army, I was getting out.
Yeah.
And he said, before you go to the airport, get your uniforms off and do something with them and put on civvies, because do not go to the airport in a military uniform. Well, I was carrying a Russian carbine and a Mountain Guard crossbow and a check helmet, so it's kind of a little bit hard to not look like I was coming back from Nam, it would walking around, so I just left my uniform on.
I love that Asmongold tried to leave the conversation like 2 minutes ago, but he's continued to be trapped in it. It's nice to see. It's This video has over 1 million views. You see it? Like, I don't know. What is demanded of conservative, like, political wonks is such a low bar.
Yeah.
And man, I walk up to a bar, I could clear that bar out for 4 feet to 3 feet next to me.
Damn.
And only one or two, like old Korean vets or something, would come up and have a drink with me. But otherwise, I mean, everybody fucking hated your guts.
Jesus.
And, boy, I mean, yeah. And then even when you come back into civilian work, people are in your face about taking, doing, smoking a lot of pot.
Oh no, I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
Oh no, not smoking the pot. That's the worst part.
it's like what we were talking about the other day with Rambo. But look, I gotta get back to it. I'll give you a call probably in just a bit whenever I finish.
Okay, yeah, I gotta come on. Yeah, well, I see a guy.
Is that his actual grandpa? I thought people were joking in chat when they were saying that.
Said I smoke a ton of pot. Well, after I got back, I was back in.
I'm sorry, I didn't pre-watch, so I'm very surprised that most of this is just him talking with his. You think it's his dad? Genuinely no idea.
In the groove, I smoked it before I went, smoked it after, but in Nam there were juicers and heads, and you were on one team or the other.
Yeah.
And I like the juicers more because the heads just were
Mhm.
bombed out, and
Okay.
laying bunks, while the juicers were out, just raising
Yeah.
hell at bars and shit.
All right.
On those, so
Okay.
anyhow, so anyway, guy, I'm with you on the smoking pot.
Yeah.
Just not what.
Oh God.
While I was in now.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All righty, I'll
All right.
see you later on, pal.
Yep. Yeah. Bye.
Yo.
All right. Okay, let's see. There it is. And where did I switch count? Yeah, sure. And what's this here? His stories? No, we recorded a number of videos with him. I'll eventually have to put those up. And yeah, I've recorded like 4 or 5, and it's a whole lot. And
Oblivious, thanks for the $5
Having listened to
dono.
a fair bit of knowledge fight, a lot of Alex Jones's calls went kinda like this, especially in the 90s and
I could see Asmongold becoming like a weird quasi Alex Jones figure. I could see that. Thank you for the $5 dono.
And I might just upload it onto my my YouTube channel at this point. I wasn't going to for a while, and then things changed, and so I might just do that. But you can see, obviously, it's really not a surprise, as I said before, that the guy, whenever you elect a Secretary of Defense that has tattoos of the Crusades all over him, and the guy works out every day, that there's a lot of people that are trying to join the military now.
I'm sorry. You think that the reason people join the military is because Pete Hegseth looks
Chat
hot?
and Jack, in my old age,
What?
if I ever go on about my service like this in my old age, just put me in a home.
Okay, Grandpa. Simric, thank you for the $5 dono.
Old age, if I ever go on about my service like this in my old age, just put me in a home.
Will do. But like, he literally thinks that if you get like Pete Hegseth isn't even jacked. He's just like mildly muscular. Like you got like a mildly muscular, like 49-year-old as Secretary of Defense, and you're like, but he has tattoos and he's kind of buff, so like that got a lot of people joining the military because they wanted to be just like that. And it's just like, that's I'm sorry, I don't think when people when people under your command are under fire, they care very much about your fucking tattoos. They want you to have competence in the job, and that's one thing that they know that Pete Hegseth doesn't have. He literally just got like implicated for like doing illegal wiretapping to try and track down people who are leaking under his command because he's so bad at being in command. So like I don't know, like maybe that's not the guy who's actually inspiring recruitment, you know? Cosplaying with the SEALs. Yep.
Yeah, wow, what a big... who could have fucking guessed that a guy that's doing this... wow. So are you telling me that the impulse that guys have had for the last fucking infinity years is still real? Floating Door, again, thank you for the gift.
With the impulse men have felt for infinity years... What, the impulse to show off for daddy? Like, what...
Subs, man, I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess so, right? If I was a U.S. citizen, I'd join. Well, I don't know about that, but no fucking way. Yeah, isn't that crazy? And so what you're saying is that we can take back Jerusalem? No. No more wars in the Middle East, please.
I guarantee you, if Donald Trump announced we were invading Iran tomorrow, that guy would be on board with it. Do you think the physical strength of men and women matter in sports? Sure. Though I don't know that distinction actually helps us all that much. There are plenty of ladies who are very physically strong and plenty of men who are very weak. Just out of my own curiosity, how would you shoot a military recruitment ad for today's audience? Genuinely, the way I would shoot it is by showing like different things that the US military does that are good. You know, like if you like, I think what inspires people to join the military is like being able to tell themselves what I'm doing is good for society. Like, oh, if I join the U.S. military, I'll be helping to do like construction across the United States and then like be called up for service and training periodically. Oh, like if I join the U.S. military, I'll go and like feed people in war zones. You know, like if I join the U.S. military, I'll be like building levees and like helping to defend cities and towns against like climate change. Like, you know, stuff like that I think would genuinely make the difference and be like a good way to reorient our military. But instead it's like, how do we come across more like the Empire from Star Wars? You know, like be builders, rather be known for building rather than destroying. I think that is a way to spin things in a way that's positive, you know? And like but what has to actually happen is that the military would need to be reoriented towards doing that rather than, you know, trying to be like macho, full of macho bullshit, you know? How about both? I just don't think most people in America are motivated to join the US military to go and kill someone for corporate interests on the other side of the planet. Like I don't think that's a pretty compelling narrative when like meaningfully there has not been a threat to America's power on the global stage since the fall of the Soviet Union, and even before then, like what it had been like 60 years since the end of World War II. So like I just think that like when we're looking at something like this, it's you want it to be positive. You want it to be something people can believe in. But like I do want to say like ads about like, oh, like you went to like make a name for yourself and like pay for college. That might be one of the reasons people are actually doing it, but I think people want to at least be able to believe that they're joining the military in order to do something good. You know? You would need both. I'm not saying you wouldn't need like arms at all. I'm just saying like if I were to make an ad, the ad would focus on the building projects. It would focus on providing aid, treating the sick, etc. Like that's what the advertising, if I were to make a campaign, would focus on. And it would reorient our military towards those types of operations. Obviously, a military is still a fucking military. The advertising has a big impact on the type of people that apply. Yep. Got to set expectations. That being said, I was not expecting Asmongold to chat with his dad on stream. Nothing of value was in that for me at all. But, you know, I hope you enjoyed this segment. We did it. Oof. Folks, we've now been going for 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And consider supporting the stream. You know, click the button, as it were. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click Hell yeah. Robert Stan, if a trans woman in sports is discovered to have more strength than her cisgender woman teammates, would that be unfair? Well, I mean, question, if a cis woman is found to have more strength than another cis woman in
I'ma
sports,
be
is
real.
that unfair?
A lot of the halfwits who have to take extra time to study for the fecking ASVAB do not care about building levees or helping people. They're morons who want to shoot brown people.
That's true, but you know, maybe we shouldn't hire them for that job. You know, maybe we shouldn't have that job. Maybe we should reorient towards a different priority. But thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin Lost. I appreciate it. Over 200 likes? Hell yeah, Harold. Why join Trump's army when you can join Riverboat Jack's Navy shimps? Indeed, Charlie Jinmir. Also, hello, Charlie Jinmir. Wooga, Astral Sea Star. I can talk to you about the military sometime if you want. Sure. I have nothing against talking about the military. Oof. Do 5 arm curls. Oh no. Ugh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. Now, folks, it's time for another round of precious, precious democracy. However, you guys have unlocked our next tier of surprises. Now, what happens in this tier? Well, I'm glad you asked. Folks, we add a couple of different things to the mix. We add an episode of The Defender, or a deep dive into analog horror. So those are the 2 things we're adding to the mix. Time to start our first vote round. What content. Okay. Or Tim Pool, or Defender, or Analog Horror. All right, chat. You guys know what to do. Here you go. Oh, public defender. Kitsune Cavalier. It's some fast typing. It sounds faster when you have a clicky clacky keyboard.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell.
Hey, Analog Horror! Let's go to YouTube. What content? Okay, get your votes in, chat. Oh, Quirky Nico, I have watched the house tour, and it was my first exposure to Asmongold, and it's absolutely horrifying. All right, Analog Horror takes it, folks. We're jumping into it. Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, 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 oh. Don't worry, Paladin. I have content just for you, prepped for tomorrow. Fun stuff. Now, folks, I have been holding off.
What are you, a fucking liberal?
I pressed the wrong button.
Whoa!
I pressed the wrong button. All right. So, folks, I have been holding off on covering something for a while that is near and dear to my heart. There is a channel called Manticore, And a while back, we covered a new beginning of a series that Manticore was creating, and it's really, really incredible. And many of you may recognize Manticore from the Monument Mythos series. That is genuinely one of the greatest things to exist on YouTube. Monument Mythos is like top tier YouTube videos, okay? Totally underrated. And I figure I would love to dive back into that. And much to my delight, we actually have so many videos in this series to cover, okay? So last time we covered a series of videos, the thing Columbus brought, it followed Lewis and Clark, what the Pilgrims buried, and it crossed the land bridge. And as far as I can tell, it seems to be about this shape-shifting entity. Yeah, the Jester.
It's the Dono Prost. Ka 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 wow wow ka ka you ka 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 ka.
What? Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. But we're gonna watch from the beginning here and see what we can make of it over the course of its runtime. Okay, it's gonna be a lengthy project, but I think we'll enjoy the process. We'll try and put it together. Last time we tried this, we weren't able to quite do that. I don't think we had enough of the pieces. But I think, given that there are now an additional 8 videos, I think we're gonna be kind of getting somewhere. Okay, so here we go. October 12th, 1492, Christopher Columbus arrives in Guanahani. He believes that he has reached the East Indies. He renames the people he encounters. Indians. This misnomer will live for centuries. October 28th, 1492. 2 weeks later, Columbus lands in Cuba. Columbus demands fruit to treat his crew's scurvy. 1. 450 pounds for the 90 sailors. 2. 30 pounds for the ship Jester. Luis de Torres, Columbus's interpreter, replays the Taino people's relays. Who is the ship Jester? Columbus laughs. He orders his crew to open the ship's cargo hold. The ship Jester emerges. God, I love this. I love this. I love how weird it is. I love how it's incorporated into the artwork of the time. I love it. I love it so much. All 480 pounds of fruit are provided. A fort, La Navidad, is built by the crew. "39 sailors stay behind at La Navidad. March 15th, 1493. Christopher Columbus returns to Spain after months of redacted. Columbus reports a missing crew member. The Beast. The ship Jester was left in Cuba. King Ferdinand, Queen Isabella. The Catholic monarchs sponsor a second voyage to retrieve the ship Jester. Columbus is at the height of his fame. September 25th, 1493. 6 months later, the second voyage begins. Columbus leads 17 ships and 1,200 men. The newly appointed ship Jester fails to entertain. He is forced to walk the plank. November 27th, 1493, Christopher Columbus returns to La Navidad. La Navidad is found in flames. 39 bodies are eventually recovered. The Taino people claim that the ship Jester helped stop a massacre by the sailors. Columbus does not believe them. April 20th, 1496, after years of redacted, and redacted, Columbus sets sail for Spain. The ship Jester remains at large. January 27th, 1996, 500 years later, France prepares its final nuclear test. Vangataufa and Maranoa atolls. I mispronounced those, I'm sorry. A sunken ship is discovered moments before detonation. The ship Jester emerges. September 24th, 1996. 8 months later, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty is opened for signature.
Good afternoon. Today in New York, the United Nations General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to adopt the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and open it for signature later this month.
All nuclear powers don't sign the agreement. There were 3 votes against the resolution.
There were the Indians, and I believe we can find a way for the Indians to have their security concerns met.
So, video 1, right? Did they nuke a Teletubby? No, they nuked a Jester. Just a humble ship Jester, of course. Okay, I definitely missed something before lack of headphones or voice to text pausing the stream because we jumped from Columbus finding Columbia to 1996. We did indeed. There is a 500-year gap. There is a 500-year gap. Columbus brings this creature to the New World, and it breaks its bonds or relationships with the sailors in order to defend the indigenous people against a massacre, against genocide, right? That indicates to me it has like some kind of moral compass. It's not just like a thoughtless beast of some kind. And it also seems to do just fine with nuclear weapons. It seems in fact like it can do something with nuclear weapons that is so scary it causes the world to collectively agree no more nuclear weapons tests. Okay? And you know, I having seen the last the next 3 of these, I kind of know where it's going. But we'll what we have so far is pretty interesting, right? So let's see part 2, all right? It followed Lewis and Clark. From a young age, explorer William Clark is accompanied by York, who is the same age but enslaved. Clark dreams of power and political office. York dreams of starting his own family. Decades later, President Jefferson chooses Meriwether Lewis to command an expedition through the American West. Lewis invites Clark to be his co-leader. To keep families intact, married men are not recruited. However, Clark assigns York to the team. York must leave his wife for the expedition. Lewis and Clark have difficulties speaking with Native Americans. York proves to be a highly effective communicator. Just that was interesting. What the fuck's happening here? Every tribe enjoys his wit and sense of humor, almost as if he's playing the role of a jester. They find his presence healing and name him Big Medicine. Occasionally, letters are delivered to the team by traders. They are mostly sent by President Jefferson. They are mostly addressed to Lewis and Clark. One day, York receives illegible messages in a handwriting eerily similar to Jefferson's. He tries to destroy the mail. No luck. York keeps the burnt fragments in his satchel. Nope, not a game, Superjet guy. Sacagawea, interpreter. She finds the expedition and approaches York. Show me. Just want to point out this is handwriting that looks suspiciously like Jefferson's. Sacagawea combines the fragments. Your president sent this. Now we must let it follow. Clark explains that Paper York is an inside joke between him and President Jefferson. It's his finest work since writing the Declaration. Sacagawea informs York that Clark is lying. Jefferson has sent these before. Throughout the expedition, Paper York is given larger meal portions than York and Sacagawea. Lewis and Clark gifted clothes and jewelry. They even sing lullabies to it. Once the crew reaches the Pacific Ocean, York decides to return home by himself. Lewis and Clark are unconcerned. Sacagawea wishes Eventually, York returns to his house. He calls to his wife. No answer. York goes into their bedroom. A paper version of his wife lies in bed. Terrifying. Behind York, something opens the front door. Okay. The mic. Did we get like a glitch? Like some kind of microphone glitch? Do I sound okay now? Everything all right? On my screen, it doesn't say that we lost any frames or anything. Are we good? It was audio related. It was creepy as fuck. It was scary. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. It's fine now. Cool. So what can we take away from this? Well, I'm unsure whether or not York is a jester or if this is a completely standalone story instead about this like paper people faction. One of the ways to like start thinking about ways that the ways Manticore kind of structures her stuff. I think she uses she her pronouns. I think. The way she structures her stuff is to essentially like introduce different pieces, you know, kind of set up the different players and then have things happen, right? And so not only do you have Paper York, but you have his paper wife. And like, that makes me wonder if this is like some kind of, not infestation, but like disease, like some strange disease that can be passed around by notes. York is paper? No, the end of that story is York goes home, finds a paper version of his wife, and then hears the door open behind him, presumably the paper version of himself coming home to his paper wife. So like, it's not his wife and it's not him. It's like a paper version. And I think that's kind of what we see, like Sacagawea like put together the letter again, fold together the pieces of the letter into Paper York, a paper version of York. But it's an inside joke with Jefferson, except that Lewis was lying about the inside joke, right? We learned that, right? So, like he was being replaced by the paper. Yeah. So, I think this is just another thing that is going on in this universe. Let's push ahead. Let's push on. Okay. What the Pilgrims buried. The land of the Patuxet is beautiful, with abundant corn and restless waters. Both are indispensable sources of hope. To Squantum, or Squanto, is born an anxious child. He's haunted by the fear that his existence will ruin the corn. Squanto's family reassures him, but the unease takes root deep within. His mother distracts him with a lesson on growing corn. It takes the three sisters, corns, beans, and squash, with fish as fertilizer. Each one supports the other, like us. While planting, Squanto uncovers bones in the soil, and a fine white dust clings to his fingers. After seeing the remains, his mother speaks softly. Leave it. This is no time to dwell. Live now. Water will not wash away the particles. As the dust spreads from one hand to another, the entire village falls ill. His mother is the first to pass. Overwhelmed by pain, Squanto sleeps endlessly. In his dream, he is kidnapped and sold to monks in Spain. He takes on many jobs and learns new languages. Eventually, his dream returns to the Patuxet cornfields. When Squanto wakes, the village is silent. Mother? All his friends and family have been buried. But the corn they planted grows strong. And the ocean still churns. The pilgrims settle nearby. Squanto greets them in English. They say that plague that killed the Patuxet has not fully passed. In fact, it has claimed half the Mayflower's passengers. Squanto leads them to the bones in the cornfield. This is the source. We must bury it deeper. What the pilgrims buried. Yeah, I do not know what that is. I got nothing. Pilgrims with woolen gloves deep in the grave. A feast is held in honor of the fallen Patuxet. Each one supports the other, like us. You can see why I think this series is cool as hell. So, okay. So we have the Jester. We have Paper People. We have whatever the hell that was, and it's bone dust. Okay, so that's three things. Like the bone dust seems to be deadly, radioactive maybe. And okay, that we got three things going on now. Let's all try and hold those collectively in our minds as we go into part 4. Oh, I just remembered. Well, we'll do part 4. I'll go use the bathroom, take care of another thing I need to do, but then we'll continue, okay? Welcome back, Girl Failure. Here we go. It crossed the land bridge. The Bering Land Bridge. (19,024 BCE). Forgotten things live here. People trust the stars. A human attempts to cross. Wait a minute. In the distance, it becomes flesh. Meaning that so there's a thing that can become flesh that it is insubstantial, immaterial at other times. Okay, that's scary. The distant sound of fire wakes it. It sees the human. It crawls closer. It summons the stars. The stars respond. The stars break apart the ice. Across the waters, there are other human witnesses. The Bering Bridge scenes, cave painting circa 19,000 BCE. Oh, fuck. Okay, so what do we have going on here so far? We have a entity manifesting, presumably this entity, and it calls down the stars, and the stars, maybe like flying saucers or like alien craft of some kind, come down, break apart the ice, and then ascend back up, and then it makes itself known to the human across the gap. Terrifying. It's a scary bowling pin. And there you have it, folks. The same creature, the jester, that was there when Christopher Columbus arrived in the Americas, is the same creature that summoned the stars 21,000 years ago. He's back, baby. He's back from his vacation. The jester emerges. It crossed. Damn, that's cool. Damn, that's cool. What's he doing being a silly little jester? You know how it goes. Sometimes you go overseas, you get some odd jobs, you live life. All right. I had a lot of fun rehashing that. Let's take like a 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll watch some more of this. Okay, we'll go over some more. But you can kind of see like it's starting to kind of come together a little bit. But we need more information. We need more information. I have no doubt it's going to come together. So with that being said, maybe this is the end of part 1, and then we'll go into part 2. Let's go! BRB.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. I'm gonna tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you, workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might. Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, see cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes. Stand up now, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes. Stand up now. The cavaliers are foes. Themselves they do disclose by verses not in prose, to please the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all...
There we go. Hello, everyone. I'm back. It's me, your riverboat captain. We're going on into part 2 of this here video series. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And with that, let's dive in. So we know we have the Jester, transcending time and space, seemingly, able to call the stars and destroy large sections and swaths of land. We have a bone disease from ancient question marks, and we have paper people. Let's see where things go, eh? This next one is called What the Seminoles Fought.
European encroachment forces the indigenous Muskegee people to seriously consider migrating. Derived from Spanish, a new label emerges for the Muskegee people who have been entering Florida. Wild rogues. Seminoles. $17.75.
You know, can we just like pause for a second and really like understand that so much of the terminology we use and take for granted for groups of people today, especially indigenous people, like are born of insulting, dehumanizing words. Like I have only ever heard of the Seminole as the Seminole, and I had no idea it meant that.
The American Revolution begins. The British manipulate the Seminoles into becoming obstacles for the approaching American troops. The unforeseen violence spares Loyalist lives in the South. The escalating bloodshed between U.S. troops and Seminoles concerns General Nathaniel Greene. 1776.
Is this because the Seminoles had a jester?
The following year, General Greene proves the local militarization of Florida wildlife.
I think that's what that means, right? Like the militarization of local Florida wildlife would be the jester, right?
He names his war animals minute fauna. They are trained to strike lethally at a moment's notice. Despite heavy losses, the Seminoles endure.
Or yeah, maybe like alligator cavalry.
(1783). 8 years later, the American Revolution ends. Spain repopulates Florida.
Repopulates Florida. I think a nuclear bomb went off, chat.
To promote settlement, the Spanish approved land grants for many, including displaced indigenous peoples, escaped enslaved Americans, defeated British loyalists. During this era of Pax Hispanica, Spanish peace, the Seminoles find and destroy the remaining minute fauna. The Seminoles.
No more alligator cavalry. I'm sorry, chat.
Innovate.
Oh, what?
Meanwhile, the Seminoles.
No. You're not skipping past that.
Meanwhile.
They innovate. is that they like turn themselves into chimera? Like what is happening here?
Meanwhile, the Seminoles continue to shelter escaped American slaves.
Hell yeah.
1813, while stationed at the southern border, General Andrew Jackson is angered
General Andrew / Jackson
by the Seminole protection of escapees.
Hide in the deerskins. That makes more sense.
3 years later, Jackson invades Florida. The resulting wars are hellish.
I'm sorry. What is going on with the face? Is this a paper person? I'm trying to figure out like what is actually in these images. Like, is this supposed to be one of the paper people? Like, are the presidents all paper people?
The resulting wars are hellish. No U.S. soldier is prepared for combat in the swamps. The presence of Minnetonka fuels escalation on both sides. These are the same Florida skies that the dead last saw.
Spooky. Oh, that must be the megafauna. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like learning the reason for a / in his name. Oh, fuck. That's gross. What? That's Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson is a minute fauna. That's the thing that was buried. I don't think that this is the thing that was buried, but I think it's related to it. Also, Profaniac, thanks for jumping over to the riverboat site. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Well, God. I had to join chat because I was scared. Oh no, we're all here for you, baby. All right. So, Andrew Jackson be wildin'. All right. Yeah, literal lizard person. Okay. Next part. It horrified Abe Lincoln. Oh boy. Night, Pluvius. It horrified Abe Lincoln. Abe Lincoln loves music. Music comforts him in peace, in war, in life. He believes.
Listening to melody, every man becomes his own poet and measures the depths of his own nature.
Music allows Abe to access the sublime. a rare feeling of awe, a higher state of being.
These are the same skies that the dead last saw.
Ah, that's creepy as fuck. I don't know what that means here. Music gives Abe a bird's eye view of his own life. Music gives Abe a bird's eye view of his own, of the country. So, like, I'm sorry, like, Abraham Lincoln is now precogging. He's precogging around. He frequently enters this state. The ability aids the presidency and provides clarity during the Civil War. Oh shit. Oh shit. Somniostatic, I know you're saying it in like a silly way, but Squanto, when you're saying Squanto basically dream precog, didn't he? That would make so much sense. That would make so much sense that like this is an ability multiple people can tap into. I'm sorry. Wait. Never mind. Scrap that theory because that's a picture of Abraham Lincoln literally having a bird's eye view because his head swells up and begins flying around. Something we have seen in a previous Manticore series. And also would make sense given this earlier image where he is headless. So he literally flies, his head literally flies around. Yeah, it's true. One could say he's even Lincoln looking. True. The gun is good. Zardoz. Following the Battle of Gettysburg, Abe vows to never listen to music again. Damn. Abe does not listen for nearly 2 years. Until April 14th, 1865. Oh my god, he went back.
When does he become the vampire hunter?
He went back to listen to the music and he got assassinated. When does he come? Genuinely, there might be vampires in this. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe the paper people are vampires? Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very, very much appreciate it. You got Profaniac. You got a newcomer. Hell yeah. Well, curiouser and curiouser indeed. Let's continue on, folks. Our next one is The Thing That Drafted Men. And you know, the thumbnail on this one makes me nervous.
September 14, 00,
cosmic bingo. Even today, though now in a state of uncertain hibernation, during the American Civil War, various methods of conscription were tested for utmost randomness. And while the lottery involving balls and wheels became most popular in the 20th century, a drawing of sticks was seriously considered by 19th century Americans. Special effigies were
No, I think they're talking about draft as in like draft for the war, you know, forcing people into the military.
Constructed to facilitate the process back then. The
Oh, fuck.
paper people exist today in a state of uncertain hibernation.
Okay, so paper people are like constructs of just like numerous sticks made for the draft, so they get like sent to like draft people. I okay. So now I'm reevaluating what I think draft means here. I think it's for something far worse than the military.
February 14th.
Yeah.
February 14th is 004.
I don't care for that.
Pursuant to the executive order, the Director Selective Service is going to establish tonight a random selection sequence for induction for 1970.
Because of the CBS News special report which follows, Mayberry RFD will not be presented tonight, but will return next week at its regularly scheduled time over most of these stations. The Draft Lottery, a live report on tonight's picking of the birthdays for the draft.
And here's the Norelco Santa with some new ways to say Merry Christmas. Give the Norelco triple header with a cord or in a rechargeable model.
I'm sorry, ordered for induction.
Give the Norelco triple header with a cord.
Report at Fort Andrew/Jackson in South Florida.
Or in a rechargeable model. Give the inexpensive flip-top 20 or the new battery cordless. Norelco, even our name says Merry Christmas.
So it's at this point that we learn that a paper person is in the Oval Office, I think. Right? Like that's the implication here. Fuck, I hate it. President Lyndon B. Johnson. I'm sorry, is this implying that like the draft can draft the dead? Like the paper people can show up and draft even the dead into the military? Fuck, this is creepy, right? Like where the hell is this going?
These are the same skies that the dead last saw.
Oh man, that's a creepy VO. I love it. I love it so much. Hey, Dragonfly. And I think this is where we finally learn this entire series is called Alternate American Folklore. God, wonderful work. Okay. So it seems like the paper people kind of really are like America, or at the very least are running America, perhaps in secret. I'm not entirely sure how. Well, I guess if they were used for the draft, that implies widespread use. So I guess they're not secret. They just are the presidents. They are the ruling class of America. Okay. Our next video is called Imperfect You. Let's check it out and see what we can learn, huh?
Unfamiliar neighborhood, I watched as cars drifted by like whooshing phantoms on the street. I remembered an old childhood memory. I was 8 or 9 when I saw a woman clothed in 40s attire step out into the night. She began to walk in circles in the middle of the road. Silently, she walked, and I watched for only a few moments more before I dashed back home. For a long time, it was the belief of my young, superstitious mind that she was a wartime ghost, perhaps waiting for a ride to the ball. Yet, here I stood, in unfamiliar clothes, in the thick of the dark. Maybe she was another user of Perfect You, the program that promised the cure to end all cures. A new body in less than 24 hours, just in time for the sunrise. Had it already been a day? Where was the sun? Was the procedure finished, or had it ended prematurely? I had the start of the slightest notion I had walked out during the operation. This neighborhood had no indication of perfect oversight, but I did feel different. Beneath the lamppost, I felt my new body for the first time. The fresh, long hair, the newly tightened skin, the smooth joints and taut ligaments, brand new lips and polished teeth. At first, I found it hard to speak. My voice had some adjusting to do. I had a feeling that it would take some time before I could claim ownership of this new anatomy.
I believe Manticore is a trans woman, yeah.
To this renovated exterior. But what of the interior? Where was I before tonight? What could I remember? What could I remember? The 40s woman from my childhood was the last fully intact memory I had left in my head. Where was the rest of my life up to this moment? Was it repressed and waiting for the right catalyst? Or had my life been left behind in my old body? I walked aimlessly in the night, paralyzed with confusion. The cars kept passing. The night kept going. Where was the sunrise? Deep in my mind, I knew that this would be the greatest challenge of my life, for it would never end.
Well, that was interesting. Very, very, very heavy trans feelings going on in that particular video, as it, resonates with me in a familiar yet uncomfortable way. Have I seen any analog horror set in England? I have indeed. We've actually covered it on the show before. All right, so that is where part 2 of our endeavor ends. And folks, I've been going for over 5 hours, and I would love to finish this. Let's finish it tomorrow night. Okay, let's finish it tomorrow night. We'll keep another third for tomorrow night, and that will help me prepare less because I'm so overwhelmed over the next few days. But if you guys have been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, like the YouTube stream. And I will see you all on a new day. Hitting that segment button. You wanted more? You'll get more tomorrow night, folks. You'll get more tomorrow night. Gotta keep you in suspense. This is hypnotic programming. We're becoming super soldiers. Indeed. Have a good night, Amber Brains. I'm sorry, Profaniac. I'm sorry. It's been a long week. It's only Wednesday, and I know I'm not like performing up to standards, and I'm exhausted. Will you start right away or start it later? I'll probably start it a bit later after we cover some other topics. How am I supposed to sleep now? Very carefully. Just know the jester's watching over you always. Good night, you lovely, lovely beings, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.